Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the finale of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here at New Hampshire Center of Speed as we welcome you to Lee USA Speedway. And I will be your host for the evening. My name is Charlie Sandmore, as we sit high atop the grandstands just above the flag stand here. I am one-third of the Black Flag podcast, but I am also sitting right next to my good buddy and broadcast partner for the weekend, Jordan Jenkins. We're capping off an incredible three-day event here that we have every single year at Lee USA Speedway, and this is all in homage of the legendary Russ Conway, where we will touch on his accolades a little bit later in the evening. But on tap today, we have an absolutely incredible card of automobile racing coming to you as we now are going to get ready to cap the night off with a $5,000 to win Granite State Pro Stock Series Super Late Model race, as we are going to have some preliminary events going as well, too, as we get ready to kick off Sunday here with the Senior Tour Auto Racers. We're going to see a myriad of antique automobiles coming out here with the likes of 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, even 70s styles, coupes and modifieds coming out onto the high banks here, as they're always known to put on a good show as we get ready for some heat racing actions here. And Jordan, we're having ourselves a time. It's a beautiful Sunday here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, and we're ready to go racing.
Yeah, perfect weather all weekend for practice day Friday. Even here last night, unfortunately, I did miss last night, but I'm sure it was a good show. Great weather here. We couldn't ask for better weather. Mother Nature playing nice for our three-day Russ Conway Oktoberfest weekend, which is always great to see.
Absolutely. And yesterday we had some incredible action throughout, again, a bunch of different types of race cars that we had here, and that is the beauty of Oktoberfest, is you see a bunch of things that you typically wouldn't see on a weekly basis here at the high banks of New Hampshire, but that is what you're going to have on tap here today. Again, we're going to kick off the action with the Senior Tour Auto Racers, again, also known as the Star Tour. We're on the pole for this one. It seems as though it's going to be the number, I believe that's the 8 car. Or no, that's the 2. Same thing. Of Dennis DeSaddles. We're going to... Nailed it, I think, right?
DeSaddles, yeah. That's probably the best. Starting on the outside pole will be the 00 of Mark Parmentier.
Nailed it.
I can't tell the number from on the inside of row number 3, but I do know the outside.
We were very quickly throwing some paperwork here for a division that we don't see every single week. But Chief Starter looks him over. Green flag is out, and we're going to kick off Sunday here for Oktoberfest as the 00 tries to go down to the bottom side here. But here comes the 67 machine.
They're all three wide of the middle of the pack. Second of the or battle for the second spot was 3 wide. Battle for the fourth spot was 3 wide momentarily, but everything plays out.
And that's going to be the 7X of Bob Guion in that beautiful 1936 Chevy Coupe out there. You see the 0 car as well of Henry Stanfield just behind him out of Plainville, Massachusetts, rocking the 1939 Plymouth Coupe. Again, side-by-side action all the way down the front stretch here as the 2 car continues to lead this one. Dennis DeSaddles out of Palmer, Massachusetts leads them down the backstretch here, but here comes Mark Parmentier. We're going to go with Parmentier. Sounds like a good cheese, right?
I think it's Parmentier.
It very well could be.
I don't know.
He's going to take the 00 here, high side, hustling down into turns 1 and 2. Again, side-by-side here. The battle is for second right now, as you have incredible action all the way down the backstretches. They're already going to get the halfway to go signal this time by the 2 car of Dennis DeSaddles is going to continue to lead him here up off of turn number 4 as we get the halfway this time.
Look at the battle for that second spot. Guy on the inside, Parmentier on the high side. They're still side by side out of turn number 2. Battle for the fourth spot is also side by side right behind them. Rest of the field is single file. The only car that's really single filed out is our leader, Dennis DeSaddles. He is the only one really single file. The rest of the field, though, is double filed up behind him.
Yeah, side-by-side action all the way down through turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. They're going to go as we are now side-by-side over on Race Day TV as Mark Parmentier. What'd you say?
Parmentier?
Yeah, I'm going to mess that up, I promise, every time. The 7 of Bob Guion is trying to hang tough there on the bottom side, bringing along Henry Stanfield just behind him here. They're going to clear the rest of them, as we're now actually going to have a battle for third shaping up. We have zeros are wild here for the third spot between Henry Stanfield and Mark Parmentier. As now you see the 43 of Alan Zemla as well, too, out of Windham, Maine, trying to bust up into the top 5 here with his 43 machine. Stacking up just a bit further on back. The 00 car now going to be hung out to dry on the top side, as now the checker flag waves for the 2 of Dennis DeSottles.
We have the 44 of James Allen, the Westminster, Massachusetts native that was into the infield grass cross at the start-finish line. That still counts as him finishing the race.
Yeah, you can't park there, though.
Yeah, you can. No,
you absolutely cannot.
Definitely
park
not
there.
the strategy you want.
No, and again, what we're seeing, folks, here is some heat racing action. Everybody's going to have about 8 laps to decide where they're going to start later on in the evening, where we then will kick off feature racing competition, where we did have a couple divisions actually qualify yesterday for day 2 of Oktoberfest, and they got to just do their 8 laps and go and park it in the trailer and have themselves a night. And that's another thing that brings Oktoberfest such joy to so many people, is that it's a true camping racing weekend here. A festival-style racing, if you will, is what I like to call it. And we're all just here to have ourselves a good time and see all sorts of different kinds of race cars. And today, much like yesterday, we got cars parked everywhere here. We got the infield full. We have the traditional style pit road full of race cars as well, too. And the overflow lot actually on the backside of the backstretch there is also full of race cars.
It looks like we're having a car show out front of the property. When people drive by, they see pretty much race cars galore. There's so many Crown Vics, and most of the Ridge Runners are actually parked out there as well.
Yeah, like I said, we got a whole bunch of race cars covering every square inch of this property, and we're starting to see some fans file in here again for the Sunday portion of Oktoberfest, as again, we're having ourselves a time here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, and we are going to continue our program with the second set of Star Tour cars here.
This will be the Sportsman division for the Senior Tour Auto Racers that are coming out onto the track. Looks like they have 11 of them here today. As rolling onto the track now will be the Senior Tour Auto Racers, the Sportsman division. Starting on the pole will be car number, I don't know which 21 that will be. I have 2 21s. One is Dennis Clow, one's Jeff Copson. I don't know which one is which. They're both here too, so that doesn't make it easier. Also out, starting on the outside pole will be the 3B of Anthony Mendoza, the Taunton, Massachusetts native, driving the 1936 Chevy Coupe. Starting in the third spot will be John Mulcahy, the Lakeville, Massachusetts native. Going to be starting on the inside of row number 2. Still don't know which 21 that is. The 23 Connecticut is Ken Archambault out of Plainville, Connecticut. He will be starting in the 4th spot. Starting in the 5th spot will be the number 10 of Jamie Falcone. As the Senior Tour Auto Racers Sports and Modifieds are getting ready to get set. Looks like they're still trying to figure out where they're supposed to line up. The green flag is out, though. We are racing with the Sportsman division for the Senior Tour Auto Racers, and it's the 3B of Anthony Mendoza going out in front as they come out of turn number 2. A huge breakaway for Mendoza in that 3B as he comes out of turn number 4. He's going to lead lap number 1. 8 laps of distance for the Senior Tour Auto Racers Sportsman Modifieds. All kinds of battles going on. As you can see, we are side by side on Race Day TV. On the left side of your screen, the 3B, your Anthony Mendoza, your race leader. And then on the right side of your screen, the battle from 4th on back. You can see, you can put all those cars under a blanket that are so tight out of turn number 2. But Mendoza, we have trouble out of turn, or going into turn number 3, as we have a spinner that'll bring out our first caution of the event. That is one of the 21 cars. I have 2 of them listed on the roster. It's either Dennis Clow or Jeff Copson. That spun around. You can see the replay on Race Day TV. You can see the 21 just get loose and squarely out of turn number 2 and finally spun itself around pretty much to the entrance of the infield pit area where the Grand Estate Pro Stock Series are parked. Again, I have 221, so I don't know which 21 that spun around. But we are going to double the field up. We're going to go green next time by. Again, 8 laps of distance for heat race number 1 for the Senior Tour Auto Racers Sportsman Division. Getting ready to go green this time. The 3B of Anthony Mendoza going to be your control car here on the restart. They go in a snail's pace into the restart zone. Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts gives him the green flag, and we are back racing with the Sportsman Modifieds with the Senior Tour Auto Racers. It could be wrong, but it looks like we didn't complete a lap that time, so we still have 8 laps to go with the Sportsman Modifieds. As the top 2 breakaway, that is the 10 of Jamie Falcone in the 2nd spot, the 3B of Mendoza. Your race leader, side-by-side battle for that 3rd spot. That is the 2X and the 1 New Hampshire. Skip Stearns and Charlie Lima are the 2 battling it out for that 3rd spot. The 2X of Lima has the advantage though, going into turn number 3. Cross them up as we are actually 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. As our scoreboard in between turns 1 and 2 was updated, the 3B of Anthony Mendoza continues to be out in front. Right behind him, the 10 of Jamie Falcone there, bumper to bumper coming out of turn number 4. 3 laps to go now at the line. As we get around the 49 of Richard Tebow, who seems to be off the pace. He's at a New Ipswich, Massachusetts. But again, it's all Anthony Mendoza. He has led them all so far. Popsicle sticks in the air, which means 2 more circuits around the New Hampshire Center of Speed for Anthony Mendoza. Jamie Falcone in the 10 holds steady in that 2nd spot. The 2X of Charlie Lima holding steady in that 3rd spot. As here comes Jamie Falcone, going to try the high side on Mendoza out of turn number 3. Not able to make it work. Now he's going to try to cross over now on the inside of Mendoza. White flag in the air. 1 more trip around for Mendoza as he has a mirror full now of Jamie Falcone in car number 10. As they have to go around the 49 once again. Now your race leaders coming out of turn number 3. Now out of turn number 4, checkered flag in the air. Anthony Mendoza wins the heat race for the Senior Tour Sportsman Modified Division. Jamie Falcone in the 2nd spot. And it looks like the 16 main, who we don't have a name for, is going to finish in that 3rd spot. As we have an incident in turn number 1. You have a car that possibly hit the inside wall and a car in the grass over there in turn number 1. Not quite sure what happened. As we have a wreck with the Sportsman Modifieds here right after the checkered flag. But that'll do it for the qualifying heat races for the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division and the Sportsman Modified Division. A full slate of action for you guys here today on Russ Conway's Oktoberfest, our final event of the 2025 season here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. Coming up next for our qualifying rounds will be the 603 Mini Cups, where they will also be going 8 laps. As our track crew continues to clean up the incident in turn number 1. You saw the Senior Tour Auto Racers out on track. As you see the damage to the 49 on Race Day TV, who was stopped pretty much just on the entrance of turn number 3. A lot of damage to the right front of that machine. But in action today, the 603 Mini Cups, the Daily Florida Mods, Pure Stock /4 cylinders. As Charlie mentioned, the Grand Estate Pro Stock Series.
Yeah, the main event here for the weekend, basically. The Granite State Pro Stock Series bringing the fastest fender cars in the region right here to Lee USA Speedway. Again, $5,000 up for grabs later on this evening after 125 laps around New Hampshire Center Speed for those folks. And again, it's also their grand finale for the season as well, too, where coming into the night, I believe, if all math and calculators work up here, Cole Roby in the number 29 machine is just going to simply have to take the green, and he will be your 2025 Granite State Pro Stock Series champion. That being said, it's not exactly an automatic in. He's still going to have to get through time trials and get to qualify into the race there. So obviously it would take an extreme set of circumstances, but you never know, and that's the beauty of automobile racing, especially here in New England, where we are having ourselves a time with Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here. Sunday portion, again, coming to you here. You're checking out the coverage over on Race Day TV. And for all of you in the stands right now, if you haven't already, if you have an Apple product in your pocket, which I'm sure most of you do, head on over to the iStore and look up racedaytv.com, download the app, and have the ability to watch right along with us here on the broadcast and have all the replays until we get to bully Ben Basowski into having a Jumbotron on the premises here. That is your best way to be able to look back and see what happened if you missed a wreck or something like that. But also, in terms of racedaytv.com, shout out to everybody sitting at home right now who bought the pay-per-view for this weekend, of which it'll never cost you more than a pit pass. And that is another beauty of racedaytv.com, with all the action coming to you here from Lee USA Speedway on a weekly basis, all the coverage from Hudson Speedway and Claremont Speedway as well too, in addition to some other select events throughout the year that they get to broadcast for you. And it is a great product, so shout out to Mark Beaudry and everybody who runs all the ones and twos back behind the scenes there. We appreciate you. Ben Basowski, General Manager John Espernette as well too. Certainly providing a good turnaround to what Lee USA Speedway is here and what you get to see on a weekly basis. And I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I'm just happy to be 1% of 1% a part of that and be able to put my name on that a little bit there. As we've had ourselves an incredible 2025 season. To kick off the year, we had a little bit of a scuffle with Mother Nature. She didn't seem to be a huge fan of automobile racing here in the Northeast, but
if I remember correctly, wasn't it like the first 5 shows here, or 4 that was rained out from Mother Nature?
I believe it was 5, yeah, which obviously that's not super awesome for the business model that is owning a racetrack. Typically, you got to open the doors to make any sort of money here, and when you don't get to do that,
nothing captures the spirit of America's golden age like a Chevrolet. America's brand deserves New England's largest volume new Chevrolet dealership, McMulkin Chevrolet. Now is the time to secure the best deal on your new Chevrolet. America's most awarded brand for new vehicle quality. Choose from over 1,000 vehicles available for purchase in-store or online, and find out why more New Englanders make it McMulkin. Act now to get the Chevrolet that drives you at McMulkin Chevrolet.
To enjoy here. So thank you to each and every single one of you for coming out here, spending your hard-earned dollar and your hard-earned off time to support the next generation of local superstars that we have here. And obviously it's not the easiest route to go about it, but you never know when you're watching whether it be Mini Cup cars coming up next or the Granite State Pro Stock Series. Everybody has a pathway, whether it's hard or not, it's remained to be seen, but everybody has a pathway to potentially race on Sundays on the big show, and this is where it all starts. So without this, you don't have the Sundays big shows, and that's kind of what it's all about, right, Jordan? And you yourself, you've been able to partake in quite a bit of other things. You're the voice of the Modified Racing Series. You've been my partner throughout the 2025 season here, too. So what's 2025 been like for you? What's next year going to look like as we get ready to wrap up the season here?
Yeah, definitely been busy, to say the least. I was actually down at Waterford just last night doing the Mob Horn Memorial 85 for the Modified Racing Series, and now I'm here today. That's why I was not here yesterday. I was down at Waterford doing the MRS race there, but I'm here today to help you, Charlie, for what is an action-packed day of racing. As Charlie mentioned, some of our divisions racing today qualified yesterday, but in terms of next year, I'm returning as the voice of the Pro Truck Challenge as well, and the Modified Racing Series. And Charlie, if you'd have me back here, I'll probably be returning here as well.
Yeah, certainly a conversation to be had. I don't see why not. We've had ourselves a time, and like I said, we're just trying to get the racetrack cleaned up, I guess. We still having trouble. Tow trucks are hard, I guess, to be able to get that Star vintage coupe off the racetrack. Sportsman modifieds out there. At least they have a matching tow truck, right? They're blue, both blue, right?
Yeah,
Looks good.
Definitely matching there.
If you're going to wreck, you might as well match the tow truck, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, how about that? Round of applause. We finally got it off the racetrack. Man. And they're going to take the right-hand turn there. And now we are going to get ready to see some 603 Mini Cup cars coming out on the racetrack. We're going to see them come onto the racetrack in a little bit different fashion than most of these drivers here. They're actually going to be coming out in between turns 3 and 4 over by the safety vehicles. And if it's not what you were expecting when you see them come out, it's going to make even less sense once you do see them. They're basically go-karts with car bodies on them.
That is very well said.
And they take a second to get going, but once they do get going, these guys are crazy. And you'll see why. Basically, you have your butt dragging about a quarter of an inch off the ground, and they're going to get some heat in the tires here, make sure that they can get going. But again, this is basically just a go-kart with a car body on it, and they're on a 3/8 mile high-banked racetrack here. And there's not a lot around you if something were to happen. Say if you were to hit something. Nothing specific, but concrete walls are still undefeated against race cars as far as I was concerned last time I checked. So, again, these guys are crazy, but you're going to see some good old-fashioned hardcore, basically drafting is what you're going to see here. This is their Daytona. So we're going to get them crossed up here this time by, as they're going to get ready for their 8-lap heat race here, where on the pole, you're going to see that black and red machine. That's the number 29 car of Hayden Kingsley, and to his outside is going to be the 54.
Jacob Raby is in the 54.
And inside of row number 2 there is going to be, I believe, the 24 car of Paul Sipe, and to his outside will be the 10X of Keith Levine. Inside of row number 3 is going to be the 41 machine of Roger Martell, and to his outside will be the number 21 of Liam McAdam. Starting shotgun on the field there as they get ready to go green up off of turn number 4. Green flag is out. We are racing. Again, starting shotgun on the field here is going to be the number 9 of Ben Geddes.
As you can see, the top 3 when they took off in the green, they're already drafting, as Charlie mentioned, as they go down the backstretch. Yeah, Hayden Kingsley now going to be your race leader going into turn number 3. Pole the point for Kingsley, but the 54 of Jacob Raby is right behind him. They're chasing him down. It's going to be Kingsley that's going to lead lap number 1.
Yeah, and again, folks, like I said, these are basically go-karts with car bodies on them, so they are just chain-driven, solid rear axle cars here. It takes them a second to get going, but once they do, you see how fast they rip around New Hampshire center of speed as you see the 29 and 54 trying to duke it out for the race lead there. The 54 machine of Jacob Raby now going to try and high side hustle it around turns 1 and 2 there. Goes up into the second groove, which may be advantageous to try and get these things wound up here. He gets to the quarter panel of the 29 car of Hayden Kingsley. Kingsley now going to try and hang tough on the bottom side. Now, it's coming from a person who used to race go-karts for entirely too long. Typically the train of thought is if you can get around the bottom side, that is the shortest way around. But when it comes to something that's chain driven like this, it could actually give you the chance to actually bog the vehicle down a little bit too much, which might be playing into the favor of the 54 of Jacob Raby there on the top side. You see him now side by side, halfway down, halfway to go this time by, and the 54 is actually going to lead him that time around now as Jacob Raby having a good run here on the outside. Pulls up on him just a little bit here. The 29 hanging on his quarter panel down through turns 3 and 4. Hayden Kingsley now still hanging tough on the bottom side. This lap's going to go to the 54 as well. Raby still trying to hang tough here on the top side. Taking the long way around. Oh, gets a little bit of a bobble there up off of turn number 2. Down the backstretch is going to lose some ground here. Gets back up to the quarter panel. Little bit of side drafting action going on here between the 29 and 54 as Jacob Raby now loses that lap back to the number 29 of Kingsley. Side-by-side action for the race lead here, about a half straightaway ahead of the rest of the field. They're going to take the popsicle sticks this time by the 29 of Hayden Kingsley now. Going to see what he can do. White flag in the air. Lap traffic going to come into play there. They split him 4 wide down the straightaway. The 54 getting the advantage back to Raby. 3/8 of a mile remain here as they go down the backstretch for the final time. 54 with the advantage. Gets almost a full car length ahead. Can't quite clear him. Is he going to slam the door shut? He does. Leaves about a half length off the bottom. Checkered flag is out. 54 of Jacob Raby is going to win that one over Hayden Kingsley in the number 29 machine. The 28 of Keith Chandler is actually going to round out the rest of your top three there. And those folks, that's what 603 Mini Cup racing is all about. Like I said, it takes them a second to get going, but once they do put on a heck of a show there. They're going to bring it pit side as we get ready to see some additional action here. I believe up next we're going to have the Daily / Florida mods coming up, which for those of you that don't know, if you're familiar with the Pro All-Star Series, they have their super late models, but they also have a traveling series of a modified, if you will. And what the Florida mods are is essentially what a pass mod is with basically no engine rule. That's essentially what it is. And a lot of those Florida mods down south, you'll see them during the week of the Snowball Derby. Typically they run on Thursday or Friday night there as a preliminary event, and they are wild and crazy looking. Pretty radical bodies on them as well too. Always put on a decent show. But the beauty of the Florida mods, especially when they are down south, they have a very skinny tire. So it's an 8-inch slick, and then it's up to you to hook it up however you want. So there's no motor rule, and a lot of those guys, they actually have old, what's called SB2 Cup engines in them, which in Cup is, I'm literally referring to NASCAR Cup Series, and that's, they're all old engines that they can't run anymore. So you can have as much horsepower as you want, but on a skinny tire, it's up to you to hook it up however you please. So it's a pretty neat little rules package there. As we see heat race number 2 of the 603 Mini Cups coming out here are on the pole. I believe that's going to be the number 13 car of Kendall Whitehill. And then next in line is going to be the 7 machine of Jason Romprey. And then inside of row number 2, I believe that's going to be the number 36 car of Jake DeFrancesco. Outside of row number 2 is going to be the 5. That will be good for the driver named Richard Huppy. Inside of row number 3 there, it's going to be the number 66 car. That should be good for Jordan Cody, and to his outside will be the nice little throwback there, Kyle Dean in the 3 machine. A little bit of a, not quite spot on, but akin to the old Wrangler paint scheme, where he does have Wrangler right on the quarter panel there. So again, it's going to set the second half of the field here for the 603 Mini Cup Tour, where they do actually, if you head on over to the Daytona grandstands there in between turns 3 and 4, just behind the bar area, they have a nice little tent set up where you can buy some hoodies, t-shirts, check out what they are all about, and a great way to get into the form of automobile racing. If you're sitting in the stands right now, wonder why you're in the stands and not on the racetrack, this is a beautiful entry-level division for not a lot of money. As the green flag is out, we are racing, and the 13 goes from the pole to point down through turns 1 and 2. That's Kendall Whitehill.
Whitehill from pole to point in that number 13 here in heat race number 2 for the 603 Mini Cups as he goes down the backstretch. Has a sizable lead over the 7 of Jason Romprey rather. They come out of turn number 4. Whitehill's going to lead lap number 1. 7 laps to go down for our second and final heat race for the 603 Mini Cups here today at the New Hampshire Center of Speed.
Yeah, and in heat race number 2, a little bit different than the first one that we saw here. We're going to get strung out here just a bit. Again, USA Speedway, basically their Daytona here, one of the biggest tracks that they're going to visit all year long, as Whitehill continues to lead them up front here with a pretty healthy advantage over second place. You see almost the entirety of one of the corners here, about a half straightaway back to the 7 car of Jason Romprey in the second position there. That he as well also has about a straightaway over third place there, where we do have a pack of about 3 cars duking it out for third, as we got one with the hood up. And they're going to come up off of turn number 4, and they pound the front stretch wall right in front of us. Unfortunately, that's going to be the 36 of Jake DeFrancesco, and looks as though the roof hatch already popping up on that one, which is going to be tough when the hood is already up as well, too.
You can see him on Race Day TV trying to get the latch up, but he keeps coming right back down now because of the, as Charlie mentioned, the hood's up. So it's kind of counteracting the movement as he's trying his best to try to open the latch and climb out of that 36 machine after pounding the inside wall here on the front stretch.
Yeah, and scary wreck there for sure. So round of applause to that driver for actually getting out of that. But you see Coming up off of turn number 4 as we have a replay going on racedatv.com. You see the hood pop right up, and I assume was just driving blind at that point. You don't have any idea where you are on the racetrack, and unfortunately didn't calculate that one right as it took a little bit of a right-hand turn there into the outer wall here on the front stretch, and for some reason we have a tow truck behind the race car that we need to get off the racetrack, so I'm sure that made sense to someone. But we're going to check on the driver there, make sure that they are all right. You do see the hands moving around there. And you see some Lee safety officials getting over there, making sure that that driver is all right. Again, Jake DiFrancesco behind the wheel of that 36 car. We're getting the thumbs up, so round of applause to that driver there after a scary wreck there up off of turn number 4. I can only imagine what it's like to be just driving. Again, you're going the fastest speeds you are all year long in one of these 603 Mini Cup cars, and all of a sudden you just like that, you can't see. I can only imagine what that's like, and that actually reminds me of a good old-fashioned, it was the ACT race over at White Mountain Motorsports Park. A little bit of a poke from here, but nothing too crazy. A couple of years ago, I believe it was Jason Corliss and DJ Shaw going at it side by side, and Corliss had actually made contact with the back of DJ Shaw, and same thing happened there at White Mountain Motorsports Park. Hood came up, blocked the entire windshield, and Corliss continued to keep driving it, and it actually ended up winning that race there, looking out of the side window there, trying to figure out where he was on the racetrack, and an incredible show that we got to see that day. And again, we're still waiting for the driver of the number 36 to get out of this vehicle, I do believe, so that we can get it off the racetrack here. See track owner there, Ben Basowski, talking to Lee safety workers there to see what we got to do to get this thing peeled out of the fence. As apparently we're going to need an entire actual car flatbed to get the go-kart out of the front stretch wall here.
And now the 36 is pulling, or climbing out of the car rather. After his hood flew up and hit the inside wall here just out of turn number 2. Three laps into our 8-lap heat race for the 603 Mini Cups. Our final heat race for the 603 Mini Cups. Again, a packed card of racing here today. As following this final heat race, we have the Daily Florida mods going 8 laps, the Pure Stock /4 cylinders going 8 laps, and the Grand State Pro Stock Series will come out for their time trials ahead of their championship race here today. But we have 10 features happening later on today. Ridge Runners, the 6 Shooters, the Outlaws, the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division, the Senior Tour Auto Racers Sportsman Modified Division, the Crown Vic's $1,000 to win, the Daily Florida mods, the Pure Stock /4 cylinders, and of course the 125-lap Grand State Pro Stock Series, where we'll round out the day with these 603 Mini Cups, following the 125-lap $5,000 to win Grand State Pro Stock Series race. Here in our final event of the 2025 season here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed, the Lee USA Speedway. As they continue to get that 36 Mini Cup onto the flatbed, to tow it back into the pit area. And it's the 13 of Kendall Whitehill. That is your race leader. The 7 of Jason Romprey is going to be starting on the outs, or restarting on the outside pole position once we get back underway.
And how about a round of applause? We got that big rig right off that front stretch there finally. As now we're going to get it finally on the back of that truck. What an operation that we have going on there. Jordan, how many tow trucks does it take to get a Mini Cup car off of a racing surface?
Well, we have 3 out there right now, so
I
wouldn't even count the second one. That second one's kind of more of a push truck, but we have 2 out there.
I would have bet the house on the under on that one, and they brought out 4 tow trucks. Wild. Anyway, we got the 36 car finally off the racetrack here, and Now we seem to be in no rush to move the tow truck. Yep. Get it in gear. There we go. All right. We got the tow truck moving finally. How about that, folks? Round of applause. Holy smokes.
Meanwhile, Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts going to cross him up, give him the one to go this time. But we still have, well, actually, we should be fine. The tow truck's in turn number 1,
hey,
but
I
don't think the mini cups will make it back in time before that tow truck.
Well, we can't rush these.
Anyway.
We can't rush these things, Jordan. You know that,
that's
right?
True. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Yeah.
Got to make sure everything's precise.
Has someone told the tow truck driver he's not also the pace car, by chance? Don't worry, we still got 5 laps left in this one here. 3 down, 5 to go after getting the 36 car out of the front stretch wall. Might get it back pit side by Tuesday as we have the rest of the heat race behind him here. Coming down into turns 3 and 4 side by side. We're going to have the 13 car still in the race lead here. That's going to be good for Kendall Whitehill, who's led every single lap here so far. Green flag is back out. Here comes the 7 car to his outside. Jason Romprey going to duck right down to the bottom side here. Get the tow from the 13 car. Again, drafting style racing you're going to have in these mini cup cars here at Lee USA Speedway. 4 cars in a pack up front here. 66 kind of in his own little world out back. Halfway down, halfway to go. This time by Whitehill. Continues to dominate heat race number 2 for the 603 mini cups. Jason Romprey, about 0.3 of a second behind there. That 13 car certainly stout here so far in heat race number 2. You're going to certainly want to watch out for them later on this evening when they go for a total of 20 laps later on this evening.
Kendall Whitehill continues to be out in front over Jason Romprey as the top 2 have stayed the same. Whitehill is in his own little world here in heat race number 2 as he's coming out of turn number 4. Popsicle sticks in the air, which means 2 more trips around the Lee USA Speedway for Kendall Whitehill in car number 13. Jason Romprey in the 7. In the ring, the throwback Kyle Dean is in the 3rd spot now. He started at the rear of this field. Has moved his way up to the 3rd spot as he's slowly closing in on that 7 of Jason Romprey. It's going to be the battle over this next lap. We have the white flag out this time. Kendall Whitehill has 1 more trip around the Lee USA Speedway here to be the heat race hero for the 603 mini cups here in heat race number 2. Our final heat race for the 603 mini cups as Jason Romprey has pulled ahead now. Even more of Kyle Dean. But coming out of turn number 4 now, checkered flag in the air. Kendall Whitehill will be your heat race winner. Jason Romprey in the 2nd spot, and rounding out your top 3 will be the number 3 of Kyle Dean.
And just like that, that's going to set the second half of the field for your 603 Mini Cup Tour later on this evening. Again, they're going to cap off the evening with a 20-lap main event here. Going to get them back pit side as now we're going to get ready for some daily Florida mods to come out here. Again, these are going to be some radical-looking machines that you're certainly going to want to watch out for as now we're going to open up the gate and get some people to the infield. Because apparently that didn't take long enough. And we're going to...
Yeah, as Charlie mentioned, the daily Florida mods coming on track. They look just like the past modifieds. We actually have a couple of the past modified drivers that compete with the Pro All-Star Series actually in the pits here today. We have 11 of them in the pits here today for their one and only heat race. Again, another 8-lap heat race coming up. As here comes the field now. We're starting on the pole. It is going to be car number 88. That is Jonathan Lee.
Yeah.
And starting to his outside will be car number 08 out of the Londonderry, New Hampshire native. That would be none other than our Super Street competitor of Milton Duran.
Inside of row number 2 out of Tamworth is going to be Jeremy Davis in the 66K. Into his outside is going to be the 2024 Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner champion here at Lee USA Speedway. Out of Hudson, that's Callie Osborne in the 7. Inside of row number 3 is going to be Christopher Lee, the 2nd out of Pittsfield in the 5 car. Into his outside will be Chris Lee. in the 77. Inside of row number 4 is going to be Andy Nicholas in the 96 machine, and to his outside will be Tyler Fiskus in the 21. Firing off from the 9th spot is going to be Sandy Lee in the 10 car, and to their outside is going to be Bob Hussey in the 1. Starting shotgun on the field out of Barrington is going to be David Lee in the 77S, and that will be heat race number 1 for your daily Florida Modifieds. Again, some pretty radical looking machines here, some of which actually you might see on the Pro All-Star Series Modified Tour, or over at the Wiscasset Speedway, where they run bi-weekly over there as well. Very cool class here. Again, skinny tires, not a huge motor rule, so it's up to you to figure out how to get it hooked up. You get to look like a modified, you get to smell like a modified, and you get to drive like a modified, and just like that, they're going to go side by side here. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts gives them the 1-to-go signal this time by.
These things can put on some good races. I've seen probably one of the best races with these type of cars at Oxford just a couple months ago. A really great race with these type of cars can really put on.
Absolutely, and it looks like we might have some with mechanical trouble there up off of turn number 2. It's going to be the 5 car. As they now get side by side into the restart area, green flag is out. We are racing the 08 car. Milton Duran, a name pretty synonymous with Lee USA Speedway, typically in the Super Street division, is going to lead him down the backstretch here. The 66K of Jeremy Davis is going to fire it down to the outside here. They're side by side up off of turn number 4. Lap number 1 is going to go to Davis.
Davis on the high side led lap number 1, but Milton Duran not going anywhere. He's still on the inside. Here comes Jeremy Davis. Now he clears Duran, so Duran is going to have to pull behind that 66 of Davis out of turn number 4 now. It's going to be Jeremy Davis leading lap number 2, but he still has a mirror full of Milton Duran as they go into turn number 1.
Jeremy Davis, a local chassis builder right here in the New Hampshire area, known for his work at Davis Chassis Works. He and his lady Tasha Dyer run a business right out of their shop and have a lot of race cars coming in and out of that place, where there's a lot of fabrication going on, a lot of setup advice and skills going on there. And Jeremy Davis putting those talents to his own use here as he now continues to lead them down into turns 3 and 4. Davis now with about a 3-length advantage over Milton Duran, as the 21 machine going to have some trouble just behind them there up off of turn number 4.
It is still Jeremy Davis, your race leader. He's pulling ahead more and more lap by lap over the 08 of Milton Duran. As my broadcast partner Charlie Sanborn mentioned, a synonymous name here at the USA Speedway. Ran the Super Streets here in 2025. Also ran a couple other races here and there here at the USA Speedway here in 2025. But Jeremy Davis slowly becoming a world of his own now out of turn number 4. You can slowly see Milton Duran come into frame out of turn number 4. We are halfway down, actually 2 laps to go. Popsicle sticks were in the air that time. So a half a lap now for the 66 of Jeremy Davis as he slowly catches to the back of the pack out of turn number 4. Now white flag in the air, one more trip around for Jeremy Davis in the 66K.
Yeah, last time around Lee USA Speedway for Jeremy Davis, who earlier this year got his first ever Pro All-Star Series Modified win under his belt over at Oxford Plains Speedway. Now is going to go down through turns 3 and 4, take the high side around some lap cars. He's going to win heat race number 1. The 08 of Milton Duran is going to bring it home second there, as the 21 of Tyler Fiskus will round out the remainder of your top 3, as we got a couple of them side by side up off of turn number 4 there to round out the rest of your top 5. And those, folks, are your Florida Daily Modifieds. Again, a very neat class there. Starting to grow it a little bit here in the Lee area. Again, you typically can see them in the Pro All-Star Series traveling with the super late models. You see them race bi-weekly over at Wiscasset Speedway as well, too. Or if you're a racing buff like myself and you're pretty in tune with the world of short track racing, you can see them run pretty often down south over at Five Flag Speedway and the entire southeast there as well. You'll see them again on a prelim night for this year's Snowball Derby, just like you have in years previous. They always put on a great show. You see some really radical looking body designs and a lot of different thought process there as well too, to see how to make those things go fast and get them around the racetrack faster than everybody else. We're going to see our pure stocks or 4-cylinder class coming out onto the racetrack here, where on the pole is going to be the number 22 car of Alyssa Letourneau. And to their outside on the number 91 is going to be Jamie Heath. Inside of row number 2 is John Fultz in the 32 car. And to their outside is going to be Hudson's own Chris Quinn in the 76. Firing off from the 5th spot will be Newport's Carter Conroy in the 78 Junior. And there outside is going to be Shayla Kirk in the 71. Inside of row number 4 is going to be Nicholas Woodside in the 15X, and that will set heat race number 1 for the Pure Stocks as Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts gets them crossed over this time by. And another cool class here, 4 cylinders. Well, it doesn't matter if it's in a car or a truck. You see a nice S10 there on the pole with, I believe that's a Honda to there outside. So a cool class here, inexpensive way to go racing as well, too.
There's a lot of them here, too. There's a couple more what are called mighty trucks that were in the staging lane. So it looks like we may have 2 heats for these this class.
That we do. It looks as though we're going to have about 14 of these here on the premises to take the green later on this evening. As again, Alyssa Letourneau, Jamie Heath, your front row for the Pure Stocks. As they go down to a snail's pace down through turns 3 and 4, they roll into the restart area. Dave Tibbetts looks him over. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
We are racing as we're almost 3 wide for the race lead as Alyssa Letourneau in the 22 not able to get it going. That is going to allow the 91 of Jamie Heath to take the lead. And here comes Chris Quinn now. He's side by side battling with John Fultz in the 32. Fultz on the inside, Quinn on the high side. Quinn gets a little loose and squarely out of turn number 3, able to keep it straight. But John Fultz now is going to allow him to take that second spot away from Quinn.
Yeah, and a pretty aggressive move there out of the 32 car. John Fultz on that initial restart got his way up into second, getting around Alyssa Letourneau in the 22 car. Jamie Heath, however, pretty well-known name in the 4-cylinder ranks here, always fast no matter where they go. Now is trying to protect the bottom here. 6 laps remaining in this one as John Fultz now is going to rocket right back up to the rear bumper there, bringing along the 76 car of Chris Quinn as well. Top 3 under a blanket make it top 4 down into turns 3 and 4.
Chris Quinn finished 3rd in the point standing in the Pure Stock division at the Hudson Speedway, our sister track. That is battling a bumper to bumper with the 32 of Fultz, and here comes Shayla Kirk, another Hudson regular in the Pure Stocks, going right to the back bumper of Quinn. Now Quinn now on the inside now of Fultz. They are side by side. Quinn gets the second spot. Here comes Shayla Kirk trying to get with Quinn. She is side by side with Fultz coming out of turn number 4. We are halfway down, 4 laps in, 4 laps to go.
Yeah, 4 laps remaining in this one. Jamie Heath has led them all so far up front, but here comes Chris Quinn in the 76 car, bringing along the 71 as well, too. That driver now going to fire to the top side. Chris Quinn going to get the high side hustle there in that maroon number 76 car. They cross the line. It's still going to be Jamie Heath in the 91 as the laps are quickly clicking off here. The 76 is going to try the top side one more time, up to the quarter panel, down the backstretch. They're going to drag race it into turns 3 and 4. Jamie Heath with a slight advantage going into the bottom side here. Here comes the 76. Chris Quinn now with the loud pedal down. Jamie Heath is going to lead it again.
Chris Quinn now trying to get his car to stick on the high side. This is his first time ever driving and racing here at the USA Speedway. He tested the car out a couple weeks ago at our Cup Weekend Kickoff event. As Quinn has a slight advantage going into turn number 3. White flag going to be in the air this time by. Coming out of turn number 4, it's going to be Jamie Heath again leading that lap, but Chris Quinn and Shayla Kirk are on a 3-car breakaway going into turn number 1.
Yeah, side by side going down the backstretch for the final time in heat race number 1. Jamie Heath has led them all so far, but here comes Chris Quinn. They're now even down through turns 3 and 4. Who's going to get the advantage up off the last corner here? The 91 gets the drive, and it's going to be Heath at the line over the 76 of Chris Quinn and the 71 of Shayla Kirk to round out your top 3. The 32 of John Fultz is going to be relegated back to the 4th spot with the 78 of Carter Conroy rounding out the rest of your top 5. And again, folks, these are just heat races. What we are doing is setting the lineup for later on this evening. So if you can get a little bit better finishing position in your heat race, you're going to have a much better starting position come later on. Now coming out on the racetrack is going to be heat race number 2. Where sitting on the pole for this one is going to be the driver from Windsor, Vermont. Colton Hull will be behind the wheel of the number 51 car. And to there outside is going to be Lebanon, Maine's Ryan Turcott in the 30. Inside of row number 2 out of Newmarket will be Matthew Hurdo in the 18 machine. And to his outside will be Matthew Maines in the 88. Inside of row number 3 will be Austin Kilty in the 5. And to there outside will be Billy Osborne out of Plastow in the 77. Sanford, Maine brings you Chris Knox in the 0 truck there. And a fun little fact about Chris Knox there, he is actually the current reigning and defending champion going into 2026 over at Star Speedway for their Mighty Truck division. So Chris Knox certainly has a good program there in that 0 truck. We're going to see where he stacks up now against the 4-cylinder car. Side by side, we're going to give him the 1 to go signal this time by heat race number 2 for your pure stocks getting ready to go green.
Matthew Hurdo doing double duty today. Obviously now running in the pure stock 4-cylinder class, but he's also going to be racing in a 6-shooter in the 18 machine as well. Later on today when feature action started, as the 6-shooters are obviously qualified last night as part of day number 2 of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest weekend. It's going to be Colton Hull, though, your pole sitter here in heat race number 2.
And they're now going to creep into turns 3 and 4. They're going to hit the restart area, starting at that white line right there, ending at the yellow line. Green flag is out. We are racing, and the inside row gets a huge jump there as the 51 car, Colton Hull, going to go from the pole to point down the backstretch there. A huge advantage already back to the 18 of Matthew Hurdo, who has another good advantage back to Matthew Maines in the 88. Everybody going to go single file here early on. This seems to be the one with a little bit truck heavy in heat race number 2. As you see a bunch of 4-cylinder trucks out there. Again, a lot of them running the Star Speedway Mighty Truck division just down the road, about 12 minutes from here.
Maybe not even. It might be like 5 minutes from here.
And they always put on a good program as well, too, as you now see Maines getting to the inside of the 18 machine of Matthew Hurdo. We got a battle for second here as we're side by side over on RaceDayTV.com. The left side is your race leader, the 51 of Colton Hull. The right side is what you see going on for second as Matthew Maines gets around Hurdo there. He takes over the sole possession of the second spot there. We're further on back. They're duking it out for the 4th spot. Chris Knox already carving his way up from the back of the pack up into the top 5.
Here comes the 77 of Billy Osborne. Try the crossover move. Makes a little bit of contact with Ryan Turcott out of turn number 1. Side by side they go out of turn number 2. Osborne gets a spot over Turcott. We are halfway down, halfway to go. 4 laps in, 4 laps to go. It's Colton Hull, your race leader. Matt Maines in the 88. In the second spot, Matthew Hurdo and Chris Knox now going to be in a tight battle going into turn number 1 for that 3rd spot. As Chris Knox, again, as Charlie mentioned, the 2025 Mighty Truck Track Champion at the Star Speedway. As Knox now side by side with Hurdo going into turn number 3. Knox has the slight advantage out of turn number 4. Knox gets the position, and now here comes Billy Osborne now battling side by side with Matthew Hurdo.
Yeah, Colton Hull absolutely dominating this one up front here. Has about a straightaway advantage over Matthew Maines, but Maines in that 88 truck is slowly but surely coming up to the back bumper there as we're going to get the popsicle sticks this time by. 2 to go for Colton Hull in the 51. Matthew Maines in the 88 runs in second spot as now Chris Knox has made his way up into the top 3 there going down the backstretch. He is just ahead of Billy Osborne in that 77 machine. You see it on the right side of your screen there on RaceDayTV.com. White flag in the air one more time around for Colton Hull.
Colton Hull one more time around. He has led them all so far as he goes into turn number 1. A huge lead over Matt Maines, 1.7 seconds the difference, as Matt Maines has stayed steady in that 88 truck. But out of turn number 4, Colton Hull going to take the checkered flag this time. Colton Hull wins heat race number 2. Matt Maines in the 88 being the runner-up spot. Chris Knox 3rd, Billy Osborne 4th, Matthew Hurdo 5th, Ryan Turcott 6th, and rounding out the field will be the 05 truck of Austin Keelty.
And just like that, folks, we have wrapped up our portion of the evening here as we now get ready to head on over to single car qualifying for the Granite State Pro Stock Series, where later on you're going to see him duke it out for $5,000 over 125 laps as we now get ready to hand the mic and the reins over to the voice of the Granite State Pro Stock Series, the one and only Marco Thomas.
Thank you, Charlie. Always great when the Granite State Pro Stocks visit Lee USA Speedway, and we're going to kick things off with time trials to set the field for today's $5,000 to win 125 lap main event. Just about 20 Pro Stocks ready to go. Highlighting today's Oktoberfest racing program. Today's fastest time trialer will pull a pill from the hat at the end of qualifying, and that will determine how many cars are inverted today. He'll draw a number from 1 to 6. So your fastest qualifier will start amongst the top 6, that position to be determined following qualifying. Up first, car number 82, the Seacoast Truck and Auto Car, Bobby Balagian from Kingston. 14. Make 15.376. 15.376 on lap number 1. 15.365 on the second trip. So Bobby's the guy to beat as we get underway with time trials for the Granite State Pro Stock Series. Car number 77's up next out of Baltimore, Vermont. The Duck Club, number 77, Cam Curtis. Baltimore, Vermont, slightly smaller than that city in Maryland. Cam Curtis completes lap 1. 15.738, 15.738. Second quick so far. .755 on the second lap. The first lap quicker for Curtis. Second best so far. Car number 7, the Bills repair car from Westfield, Massachusetts. Jeremy Sorrell. And Jeremy will race anything with full bodies and fenders. All throughout New England and even part of Canada. .184, 15.184. Quickest so far. Jeremy Sorrell. .138 on his second trip. Car number 56, the Hancock Lumber, Brett Davis Real Estate Machine for Evan Bolya. Evan takes the green flag, second in points last year, second in points entering today's action, and at the end of the day, I'm wagering he's going to be second in points. .435 on his first lap. Evan Bolya. Quicker on lap 2, 15.326. Second best so far. Car number 29 is your current points leader. The Roby Contracting GT overhead doors machine for 17-year-old Cole Roby. Cole's probably going to be our champion at the end of the day. 15.433 on the first lap. And 15.263 on the second trip. Second best so far, Jeremy Sorrell, still with the time to beat, 15.135. And this is TC3. Tom Carey III out of Orange, Massachusetts, the Brookside Equipment Falcone Energy car. 15.371 the first lap for Tom Carey the third. Quicker on the second lap, 15.225. And that's second best so far for Tom Carey III. Car number 81 up next, the Window World Winter Pit Equipment car. The driver now from Deerfield, it's Dan Winter. .685 on the first trip. Dan Winter, he grew up in Windham, lives in Deerfield. A little quicker on the second trip, 15.488. And that's sixth best so far for Dan Winter. The Poles Automotive, car number 97 up next. Joey Pole Jr., who's seen his fair share of success in Granite State Pro Stock Series competition. Joey Pole Jr., 15.483 on his first lap, 15.507 on the second trip. Up next, the 09, the Ciotti Racing Enterprises machine. Frankie Eldridge from Stratham. 15.136, Jeremy Sorrell's time, still on top. 15.559 on the first lap for Frankie Eldridge. Slightly quicker on lap number 2, 15.472, the lap of record for Frankie Eldridge. Car number 40, back in the more familiar livery after a bit of time with the Lindblad gang. Mike Mitchell from Cumberland, Rhode Island. .389, quick first lap for Mitchell in car 40. 15.371 on the second lap. Sixth best for Mitchell. Underway, car number 17. The Grim Construction Machine for the Outlaw from Rowley, Mass. Eddie McDonald. Eddie's parents, longtime owners and operators of the Speedway. 15.307 on the lap number 1 for Eddie McDonald. Not quite as quick on the second trip, 15.327. Eddie McDonald, fourth best so far. Car number 12. Corey Bubar. The Allen Berries race cars, number 12X, 15.287. Great first lap for Bubar. And it looks like the same lap all over again. Bubar, 15.283. Now, there are two kind of almost identical number 7s out there. You see the one with the green tape on the, on the roof post, whatever. This one is Ryan Green, okay? The green tape on the 7 is Ryan Green from Berwick. .391 on the first lap. Ryan Green. Quicker on lap number 2, 15.214. Second best so far for Ryan Green in the borrowed Pettit Motorsports ride. Out of Westfield, Massachusetts, another Bills Repair OAN. And it's Alex Quarterly at the wheel. Alex Quarterly, son of Dale. .441 on the lap 1 for Alex Quarterly. .561 on the second lap. Not quite as fast. Car number 7. The Shalou Performance. Casa Grande Builders car. The driver is the captain from Stafford Springs, Connecticut, Corey Casagrande. .150 on the first lap. Not quite as good on lap 2, 15.323, but second best thus far, Corey Casagrande in one of our many car number 7s. Here's another car number 7. This one's kind of a 73. This is Joey Dwyron teaming up with Ryan Green today. No green tape on this one. Dwyron, known coast to coast and nationwide in super late model circles. 15.225 on the first lap. He wants to make it 4 7s on the board. 15.212 on the second trip, and that's third best. Another car number 7, but we'll make it a 73 up on the scoreboard. Now underway as the green flag flies. The reigning Granite State Pro Stock Series champion. Yeah, he'll be giving up the crown today. It's Casey Call in the Scott's Roofing Owens Corning number 90. Also brought to you by Napa Sanel. 15.344 on the lap 1. And a 15.383 on the second trip. Car 00. Yeah, he was quick in practice. He's been getting a lot of highway time running up and down the East Coast. Yeah, the Renfrew Motorsports R&R 00. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. 15.213 on the first lap. Fourth best so far. And a 15. Oh, wow. 213. So Renfrew, second best. Or something like that. Fourth best. Fourth best. We'll get it right. Dave Farrington Jr. You know, it kind of torques Dave off when I point out that he was the all-time go-kart superstar at Oxford Plains Speedway. So we have to mention that like every time we see him race. Dave's selling parts now in Sabattis, Maine. 15.521 the first trip for Farrington. Not many guys have won track championships at both Oxford and Beechridge in Maine, but Dave has. 15.471, a little quicker on lap number 2. All right, this guy was pretty quick in practice. He's a pro stock rookie. The COB Heavy Equipment. And the Elevate Designs car. Connor McDougall underway. 15.267. Good first lap. And a 15.197. 15.197. Third best for Connor McDougall. The Bellboys Trucking car number 8 will complete our time trial session. Out of Auburn, Massachusetts is Angelo Belcito. $15.289 the first lap for Belcito. All 21 or so cars will be starting the main event. 15.301 on the second lap. So Jeremy Sorrell is your time trial winner. 15.136 for Sorrell in car number 7. Another car number 7, Corey Casagrande, is second fast at 15.150. Connor McDougall is third with 15.197 second lap. Joey Dwyron at 15.212 is fourth. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. sixth at 15.213, just a thousandth better than Ryan Green. The top 6 will be jumbled a bit after a redraw. Jeremy Sorrell is going to pull a pill and will invert somewhere between 1 and 6 cars for our 125 lap $5,000 to win main event coming up at the end of today's action. All right, and we've got a lot of fine racing action still to come. Here's Charlie.
Well, thank you, Marco. And now we're going to roll right into feature racing competition. So, if you all could please rise if you are able. Gentlemen, remove your caps and direct your attention up off of turn number 2, where it's high above the flag stand, as we get ready to honor the greatest country in the world, the United States of America.
party started in here.
And the bass keeps running, running, and 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 running, running, and
in this context, there's no disrespect, so when I bust my rhyme, you break your necks. We got 5 minutes for us to disconnect from all intellect and let the rhythm affect. To lose the inhibition, follow your intuition, free your inner soul and break away from tradition. Cause when we be out, girl, it's pulling me out. You wouldn't believe how we wow. We burn it till it's burned out, turn it till it's turned out. Act up from northwest, east side. Everybody, everybody, let's get into it. Get stoned, get started, get started.
And just like that, we're ready to get it started here for Sunday feature racing competition for Russ Conway's annual Oktoberfest right here at New Hampshire Center of Speed, Lee USA Speedway. Again, my name is Charlie Sanborn. I will be your host for the evening, and to my side is my good buddy Jordan Jenkins, where we're going to see the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners who qualified yesterday kick off the show here today. Starting on the pole out of Leamington, Maine is going to be Derek Burnham in the 2-car. To his outside is going to be Danny Massa Jr. in the 41. Inside of row number 2 is going to be Michael Henriques in the 03 machine, and to his outside will be Pelham's Stone Slattery in the number 99. Inside of row number 3 is going to be Plastow's Gage Osborne in the 55, and to his outside will be Cody Boucher in the 9 New Hampshire. Inside of row number 4 will be Tristan Bodwell in the 56 car, and to her outside will be Carlos Grenier in the 1 New Hampshire. Starting off in the 9th spot will be Buxton, Maine's Brian Turtle Caswell, your current and reigning defending champion for the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners in 2025. He'll be behind the wheel of the number 47. Ryan McCarthy will be in the 30, Callie Osborne in the 77. Firing off in the 12th spot will be James Connor in the 58X. And we have a good old gaggle of cars here. Peter Blow in the 47 Mass, Jacob Rayome in the 18, Trevor Machad in the 55X, and Jessica Bisowski behind the wheel of the 5. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
A great jump by Daniel Massa Jr. Or actually, excuse me, Derek Burnham on the inside there out of turn number 2. Side by side is the rest of the field now. There's a whole gaggle of cars. The 03 not able to get going. Osborne uses the bumper going into turn number 3. The rest of the whole field is still side by side. Daniel Massa Jr. is going to come around to lead lap number 1.
Door handle to door handle from the front row all the way back. Danny Massa trying to get the run on the top side there, but Derek Burnham is not going to give up there in the 2-car. 41 stays tied, and now the 2-car makes slight contact with the quarter panel. We're going to have some calamity here up off of turn number 4. Stone Slattery also making contact with the 2-car as Henriques in the 03 going to try and capitalize on whatever can move he can make. But do not count out Gage Osborne making it 3 wide into turn 3. Thinks better of it, falls back in line.
Stone Slattery going to come out of turn number 4, side by side with Henriques. Slattery going to get that 3rd spot. Now he's going to go to the inside of Burnham. Slattery, this year's 2025 Hudson Speedway track champion in the Ridge Runner division, had a heartbreaking end to his championship campaign here at the Lee USA Speedway. Now gets past Burnham for that 2nd spot. Now he's going to try to chase down Danny Massa Jr. in car number 41. We have a tight battle for that 4th spot. Hits Gage Osborne on the inside and Henriques on the inside.
16 laps to go in this 20-lap main event. Again, all these drivers qualified yesterday, as now Stone Slattery going to fire it down to the bottom side for the race lead. Danny Massa going to give way on the top side here. They're side by side at the line. It's going to go to Massa in the 41.
Slattery dives into turn number 1. He has a slight advantage coming out of turn number 2. Now your new race leader is the 99 of Stone Slattery, but here comes Gage Osborne right behind him. Tries the inside on Burnham. We have trouble in turn number 3. And here's Cody Boucher around. And we have Jake Room in the 18. Callie Osborne hits the wall. As Jake Room around, Cody Boucher around, and Callie Osborne made contact with the wall. As we had a stack them there in the middle of the pack there. That's Cody Boucher, Callie Osborne, and Jake Room around.
Yeah, nothing like wrecking about 5 to 7 business days after the initial wreck actually happens. But got a couple of them turned around there in turns 3. We're going to get Callie Osborne over on the replay here on RaceDayTV.com. You just see the Newton's Law basically tells you can't put 2 things in the same spot at once, as it looks like Boucher and Henriques actually just made contact with each other. And the 77 actually gets a good push there from the 47 into the outside wall there. So again, great coverage over on RaceDayTV.com with the replay action that we have. Callie Osborne actually going to bring that 77 machine pit side to see if they can get that thing put back together and come back out onto the racetrack. But again, one of the most competitive divisions that we have here at Lee USA Speedway, the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners, something obviously near and dear to my heart, where coming from what I like to call myself as a Beech Ridge kid, grew up over Beech Ridge Motor Speedway in Scarborough, Maine, my hometown, about an hour from here. And this was a division on Thursday Thunder. This was one of the amateur nights classes, and it was always a headliner each and every single Thursday, where you essentially have a 305 cubic inch engine with the likes of what we call a G body with the Monte Carlos, the Malibus, Grand Prix. You got all sorts of stuff out there. We have some Camaros sprinkled in as well too. Automatic transmissions and a pretty hard racing tire, so that these guys can go out there and kind of beat on their race cars and put on a good show for us. And after the closure of Beech Ridge Motor Speedway in 2021, Lee USA Speedway, amongst a couple of other racetracks, were gracious enough to give these drivers a home right here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. And being a part of the Black Flag Podcast and being the naming rights to this division is certainly a great honor to have, as we're going to get everybody re-ranked here one more time. Danny Massa, your current pole sitter yet again on the inside in that 41 machine. Stone Slattery, who had a great 2025 season leading into championship night, was actually your point leader and had some heartbreaking mechanical troubles, which sidelined him and actually gave the championship over to Turtle Caswell in the 47. As we'll touch on that a little bit later. As the green flag is out, we're racing one more time. Massa, Slattery side by side down through turns 1 and 2. Slattery with a slight advantage down the backstretch.
They drag race down the backstretch. Slattery able to clear Massa going into turn number 3, but Massa has a better corner entry, so he's going to get right to the left rear fender of Slattery, but Slattery on corner exit clears Massa. Here comes Gage Osborne now. Meanwhile, middle of the pack, Ryan McCarthy, Tristan Bodwell, and Brian Caswell all battling it out. Ryan McCarthy, a rookie competitor in the Ridge Runner division over at the Star Speedway that they call the Slingshots over there. But here comes Carlos Grenier, gets past Derek Burnham. Carlos Grenier, the 2025 Claremont Motorsports Park track champion in the Ridge Runners.
Yeah, and with a 20 lap feature event, the laps do click off very, very quickly here. We are rapidly approaching halfway here. 7 laps, going to make it 8 this time around complete, as 10 to go will be halfway. Stone Slattery now with a huge advantage as Gage Osborne gets turned around in turns 3 and 4. He's going to have the 55 car pointed in the wrong direction there and is going to stay there until the yellow comes out. Kind of made that a little obvious, but he's going to do a little burnout there, go down the front stretch.
We have 4 track champions in our Ridge Runner field here today. Gage Osborne, back-to-back track champion in the Slingshot division / Ridge Runner division at the Star Speedway this year. Stone Slattery, the Hudson Speedway track champion. Brian Caswell, the Lee USA track champion. And Carlos Green, the Claremont track champion, as we're going to see the replay of what happened here on Race Day TV.
Yeah, it looks as though Osborne just kind of peeking the nose down to the inside and making contact with Danny Massa there in the 41 machine. Maybe one came up, one came down, and they met in the middle. It seems like going to see what race control has to say about that. But as of right now, it is Stone Slattery and the 41 of Danny Massa, your front row, if we get him crossed up this next time by here. But again, an incredible division here with the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners, formerly known as the Mad Bombers. Always a sight to behold here at Lee USA Speedway, as they it's just an absolute slugfest every time they come out on the racetrack, as we're going to get them the 1 to go signal this time by. Again, Stone Slattery commanding this one from the provisional pole position here on the inside of row number 1 in that beautiful black and yellow number 99 machine. Slattery, a go-kart standout in his early days, actually took a pretty long hiatus from the world of motorsports, and just this past year ended up building this number 99 car, which is absolutely beautiful, and it has just shown up and shown out every single time, and now finds himself back on the front row here, gets the restart area, green flag is out, and we are racing.
Stone Slattery, a great jump over Massa in the 41. Carlos Grenier now going to go to the inside of Massa. That is a battle for the second spot. There's all kinds of chaos, but in the middle to the back of the pack, it's side-by-side drag racing down the backstretch, though. Up front, Carlos Grenier on the inside of Massa for the second spot. Brian Caswell looking on with Derek Burnham and Ryan McCarthy going with him. Grenier has the advantage for that second spot on that lap.
Yeah, Stone Slattery kind of stretching his legs out a bit here, about a 5 to 6 length advantage back to the 1 New Hampshire. Carlos Grenier in that Skull machine. Just behind him, the battle for third is shaping up as Brian Caswell wraps around on the bottom in that 47 car to the inside of Danny Massa. They're side by side across the line. That time it's going to go to the 1 New Hampshire. of, the 47 of Brian Caswell for the 4 spot. He clears him down the backstretch. They're now going to go single files, nose to tail, down through turns 3 and 4.
Nose to tail throughout the rest of the field, and Stone Slattery now pulling away more and more over Carlos Grenier, the Claremont track champion in the Ridge Runner division. Brian Caswell now holds that 3rd spot. He's going to try to chase down Carlos Grenier down the backstretch now with Daniel Massa in the 41. Derek Burnham and Ryan McCarthy looking on. That is your top 5 as we come around to 8 laps to go now at the line.
Yeah, Stone Slattery on the left side of your screen there on RaceDayTV.com has a pretty healthy advantage back to the 2nd place car of Carlos Grenier in the 1 New Hampshire. Just going for a nice Sunday night cruise here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. He's going to come up off of turn number 4. Here's 7 laps to go this time by, as he just needs everything to go right this time. He's already had heartbreak on the championship night here, but now if he can redeem himself at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest and bring home some pretty sweet hardware brought to us by Synergy Signworks tonight, he wants to put that pumpkin trophy right on the mantle, as he is now just slowly clicking the laps off one by one, holding a very pretty steering wheel up front. Stone Slattery, the man to beat so far.
Stone Slattery has had a strong car all season long here at the USA Speedway. He is showing it here on Oktoberfest. Dave Tibbetts, our chief starter, going to give him the high 5 in the air. 5 more trips around the USA Speedway. As Stone Slattery still your race leader. Carlos Grenier 2nd. Brian Caswell still 3rd. Danny Mouser gets a little loose going into turn number 1. That's going to allow Derek Burnham to close the gap there. Going down the backstretch. Now they're bumper to bumper. Burnham's going to try the inside on Massa. They make slight contact out of turn number 3. Burnham now gets loose there, side by side, going down the front stretch.
Derek Burnham going to feed him the fender here just a bit down into turns 1 and 2. That is for the 4th spot there. Massa and Burnham throwing haymakers at each other as they go down the backstretch one more time. Down into turns 3 and 4, they separate just a bit. A half-length advantage in between those 2 drivers, as now the top 3 have broken away from the field. Stone Slattery still commanding this one, about half a straightaway back to the 2nd place driver, Carlos Grenier, with the same advantage over Brian Caswell now, as the popsicle sticks fly for the final time of the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runners in the 2025 season here at Lee USA Speedway. Stone Slattery just trying to bring it down to the backstretch here and come back around for the white.
Stone Slattery has about a lap to go now. It's a side-by-side battle again now for that 4th spot. Heats up Burnham on the inside, Massa on the high side, as meanwhile the white flag is out for Stone Slattery. They are still side-by-side for that 4th spot. Burnham has a slight advantage going into turn number 1. They come out of turn number 2. Drag racing down the backstretch. Burnham now clears Massa. But out of turn number 4, double checkers in the air. Stone Slattery, your Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner feature winner. Carlos Grenier in the 2nd spot. Brian Caswell the 3rd spot. Derek Burnham 4th, and rounding out your top 5 will be Danny Massa Jr. in car number 41.
And after absolute heartbreak on championship night, Stone Slattery puts the team back together, brings the band back to the racetrack, and caps off a 2025 season with a feature event win here at the Sunday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. One more round of applause for the black and yellow number 99 of Stone Slattery. Now we get ready to send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
Test. He's out of the car. He can. You're your race winner, Stone Slattery. Making our way to the front of the car here, Stone. Once you got ahead of everyone, you didn't even need to look back, my friend. How does it feel to cap off your season here at Lee USA Speedway with the P1?
It feels great. I know we could have had a couple more this year, just some stuff happened, couldn't make it work. I can't thank Ben, John, and the entire Lee staff for putting this on. We weren't going to run this weekend. This thing was on jack stands for the whole winter. I said I was done, and then we decided to come out, unweld it from the jack stands, and here we are. I can't thank my dad, my grandfather enough, Cam, Patrick, Milton, he's probably still in the pits, Robbie Bodwell. We tore this whole thing apart over the winter, put it all back together, and it was just as fast. Everybody who helps me out, all my sponsors, Cantwell Equipment Co., Jared Soul Electric, Main Rock and Recycling, Seven Lakes Marine, The Steakhouse, Stan Davis Sales, Joy's HVAC, everybody. I couldn't do it without them.
Well, congratulations, Stone, on another victory here at Lee USA Speedway. Ladies and gentlemen, let him hear you one more time. Stone Slattery! Now back up to you guys in the booth.
Well done as always, Jared. And how about that? One more round of applause to cap off the Black Flag Podcast Ridge Runner season. Your winner, Stone Slattery, in that beautiful number 99 machine as we get ready to wrap up Victory Lane and come right back to you with some six-shooter action. And now you see him coming out on the racetrack. Feature number 2 of the night. Here are your six-shooters. On the pole out of Manchester is going to be Jeremiah Sargent in the 2J. It is outside will be Matthew Hurdo in the 18. Inside of row number 2 is going to be Thomas Harton out of right here in Lee, New Hampshire in the number 85 car. It is outside is going to be Mike Comtois in the 25 New Hampshire. Inside of row number 3 in the 5th spot will be Joshua Brigham out of Ringe, New Hampshire in the 23 car, and his outside will be Michael Casey in the 88. Rochester brings you Randy Washburn in the 49 car, and his outside will be Michael Yetton in the 251. Shotgun on the field today will be Zach Washburn in the 49Z, also out of Rochester, and that will set your field here for your six-shooter main event. Down through turns 3 and 4, they will remain side by side. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts looks him over. They hit the restart area. Double green is out, and we are racing.
We are racing with the six-shooters. It's a great jump by Jeremiah Sargent. He dives into turn number 1. He's still side by side with Matthew Hurdo as they exit turn number 2. Now drag racing down the backstretch. Here comes Tom Harton now, side by side as we have Josh Brigham, the 23, able to save it. Got loose and squarely. Mike Comtois made a little bit of contact with Tom Harton. Here comes Tom Harton. He's going to battle. He's now up to that second spot as Michael Yetton going to try to make it 3 wide on both Comtois and Hurto.
Yeah, the 23 having trouble there on the backstretch there. Kind of parked it on the grass, got it refired, and going again. Up front, the 2J commanding this one so far with about a half-length advantage over the 25 New Hampshire as they get squirrely behind him just a little bit. Excuse me, that's going to be the 85. I'm actually not sure.
Jeremiah Sargent continues to be out in front over Tom Harton, excuse me. Mike Comtois, who's actually driving the car that Michael Yetton won the track championship in at the Hudson Speedway and the Claremont Motorsports Park. With Michael Yetton riding a new car, the 251. They are side by side now going into turn number 3. A little bit of contact between Yetton and Comtois. Meanwhile, up front though, it's Tom Harton trying to do everything he can to try to get past your race leader, Jeremiah Sargent, as Sargent blocks the move by Harton as they come out of turn number 2. Now it's still Sargent and Harton. There was almost a 2-car breakaway, but here comes Michael Yetton now. He's holding that 4th spot, trying to get past his teammate, Mike Comtois.
Yeah, the 85 Thomas Harton now up to the back bumper of your race leader, the 2J there, as they go down into turns 1 and 2. Again, nose to tail here down the backstretch. Battle for 3rd now between the 25 and 251. Michael Yetton going to fire it down to the top side, to the outside of his team car. Mike Comtois in the 25 car.
Tom Harton going to try the inside on Jeremiah Sargent as they go into turn number 1. Harton got a little squirrely. He's not able to make side by side with Jeremiah Sargent. Here comes Michael Yetton now. Going to use the high line. He does every so often here at the Lee USA Speedway and the Hudson Speedway. His car, he knows how to drive the high lane. And he's going to be side by side with Tom Harton. Now they're going to go into turn number 1 with Jeremiah Sargent trying to get away from both of them. But here comes the hard charging, the track champion in Michael Yetton.
Michael Yetton certainly no stranger to victory lane, no matter what the racetrack is. He brings that 251 high side hustling around Thomas Harton in the 85 machine as they're now door handle down the front stretch here with the 2J kind of blocking their lane here. Jeremiah Sargent hanging tough up front in that gray machine, but just behind them they are side by side duking it out for the 2nd spot as now they get up to the rear bumper of the race leader. Michael Yetton now going to bail off into turns 3 and 4. He's still the outside of Harton in the 85.
Side by side battle for that selection. A little bit of contact between Harton and Yen. Yen gets sideways, almost makes contact with Jeremiah Sargent. Yen able to save it. Great wheel job by Michael Yetton there as Jeremiah Sargent stays up front. Meanwhile, we are halfway down, halfway to go. 10 laps in, 10 laps to go for a 6-shooter feature at the line. Here comes Tom Harton. Now he's going to do the inside. He's going to lead that lap. Your new race leader is the 85 of Tom Harton.
And just like that, a simple mistake can find you looking on the outside in. You see the 251 now coming all the way back up onto the outside. He's going to make it 3 wide down the backstretch for 3rd, just behind your top 2. He clears him down into turns 3. Michael Yetton now put it on a show on the top side. He's going to see if he can now get a little bit bigger trophy than what he's in position to take right now. Just under halfway to go. Thomas Harton, your new race leader, followed by the 2J of Jeremiah Sargent, and Michael Yetton now with the late race charge back up into the top 3.
A little bit of trouble for the 25 of Mike Comtois. It appears he is slow down the backstretch. Now he's able to get the car going. Car may have been under power there momentarily. Jeremiah Sargent slides into turn number 2 with Michael Yetton right to his back bumper. That is a battle for the 2nd spot as the 85 of Tom Harton continues to be out in front. But here comes Yetton now on the inside of Sargent, side by side. Exiting turn number 3 now into turn number 4. Yetton has a slight advantage over Sargent. It's going to be Yetton has the advantage. He's going to clear Sargent for the 2nd spot.
Coming up on 7 laps to go here this last time by Thomas Harton in that 85 car. Now has some breathing room, but Michael Yetton is putting on an absolute show right now. He was battling for the race lead not just 5 to 6 laps ago. Got squirrely out in the backfield there and now has charged his way back up into the 2nd spot. Clearly, the fastest car on the racetrack is that 251, but is he going to have enough time to get around Thomas Harton in the 85? We're about to find out.
Dave Tibbetts gives him the high 5 in the air. 5 laps go here at the Lee USA Speedway as now Matthew Hurdo in the 18 looks to be under power now. But Michael Yetton going to try to heat up the battle for the race lead. That is right to the back bumper of Tom Harton. They made contact a few laps ago to where Yetton was able to save it and avoided the outside wall in turn number 1 as the 18 of Matthew Hurdo continues to be slow and he's going to bring it to a stop on the front stretch and that's going to bring out the caution. Seems like the 18 of Matthew Hurdo having a little bit of issues with that car. Bringing out our first caution of the 6-shooter feature.
Certainly some mechanical troubles evident there on the 18 machine. Seems as though it just kind of locked the brakes up or the transmission locked up or something there on the inside of the front stretch here. Going to need some assistance from the push truck to get back to the pit side here. But what an absolute show being put on by Michael Yetton there in that 251 car. We touched on it, but he was battling for the lead once already. got kind of squirreled up there in turns 1 and 2, almost hit the outside wall, had to get settled back into the 5th or 6th spot there, and in just whatever it's been, 8, 9 laps or so, has charged his way all the way back up to 2nd there, and certainly has the car to beat right now, and he just has one more victim to try and get around here in Thomas Hurdo in the 85, who hasn't gotten there without a fight himself. I mean, the 2J of Jeremiah Sargent led the beginning stages of this one, and unfortunately gave way after a small mistake down in turns 1 and 2, giving the bottom up to Thomas Harton, who took full advantage of that, put himself in the race lead. Now, what we're going to see as well, too, is we see a replay over on RaceDayTV.com. You see them make contact, the 251 and the 85 for 2nd place there. Again, 2 cars just trying to occupy the same space. It just doesn't work out. And an incredible save out of the 251 of Michael Yetten now, as he then put himself in a position to charge back up to the 2nd spot. And now it's going to come down to 5 laps to determine who our 6-shooter main event winner is going to be to cap off the 2025 season for their Lee USA Speedway program. But Michael Yetten also, as you mentioned, he's a star not only here, but he also does very, very well over at Claremont and Hudson Speedway. He's certainly a name you always want to watch out for here in the 6-cylinder rankings that we have. And now he's going to have a shot at it with Clean Racetrack up ahead of him here. He now goes to the outside of Thomas Harton. And Michael Yetten has been making the outside work so far. So he's going to see what he can do now with some Clean Racetrack ahead of him. And Thomas Harton now is going to have to fight for his life on the bottom side. Side by side by side, they are going to go. And we are going to go green flag racing here in just a second. Harton bringing him down to a snail's pace down through turns 3 and 4. We're going to hit the restart area here in about 3 seconds. Once they do that, Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts looks him over. Green flag is out, and Harton with the big jump on the bottom side there, but here comes Yetten on the top.
Yeah, going to be on the top side again like he always does. Trouble in contact as it looks like Michael Casey able to save it. Comtois into the wall. He's able to keep it straight. All kinds of chaos in the back. But here comes, look at up front though, Michael Yetten has a slight advantage over Harton as they come out of turn number 4. Yetten's going to lead that lap, and he clears it. Tom Harton, your new race leader is going to be the 251 of Michael Yetten.
He still has a little bit of work to do, and he does it just there. He clears Thomas Harton down the backstretch here. And after almost pounding the turns 1 and 2 outer wall, he now gets around the race leader and leads lap number 17. 3 to go here for the 251 Michael Yetten. Your reigning champion here at Lee USA Speedway for the 6-cylinder division now finds himself in a perfect spot to cap off the season, just like he did on championship night with another trophy on the mantelpiece. He comes up off of turn number 4. 2 laps to go this time by for the 251.
Popsicle sticks in the air that time by. It's Michael Yetten now, your race leader. Tom Harton, the 85. Jeremiah Sargent trying to hold strong in that 3rd spot, but he has a loose car on the corner now. It's going to allow Randy Washburn in the 49 now to gain on there, side-by-side battling for that 3rd spot. Again, Sargent makes the avoided the pit wall right there on the outside of turn number 4. He's going to lose all the spots as Jeremiah Sargent battling a very loose race car right now, as Michael Casey in the 88 able to get past Randy Washburn now for that 3rd spot. But up front, here comes Michael Yetten out of turn number 3. Double checkered flags in the air. Michael Yetten wins your 6-shooter feature. Tom Harton, the 85 in the 2nd spot. And rounding out the podium will be the 88 of Michael Casey. And the battle for 4th heats up, and it's going to be Randy Washburn at the line over a very loose and sideways Jeremiah Sargent.
And just like that, folks, Michael Yetten puts on one final show for 2025. How about a round of applause for the driver of the 251 who almost wrecked and now finds himself in victory lane as we head down and give him the flag to do his victory lap.
I'm through with standing in line. The clubs I'll never get in. It's like the bottom of the 9th, and I'm never gonna win this. Life hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. Tell me what you want. I want a brand new house on an episode of Cribs, and a bathroom I can play baseball in, and a king-size tub.
And we're gonna send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
Down here in victory lane with Michael, posing with their checkered flag. He's out of the car. He can hear you. Your winner, Michael Yetton. Taking a stage dive off your car there, but your front end of your car almost hit that wall down there. That was
like 2 inches away from the wall.
That was mighty close. How did you wind it back from that, my friend?
I have no idea. It started cutting out after that, but I don't know if I cut down on him or if I just must have cut down too fast, and I just slammed the brakes and hoped I didn't hit the wall, and I didn't.
I mean, bringing it back from that to victory lane here is quite insane. Who do you have to thank for getting you down here in victory lane here?
I got to thank John, my dad, Travis, Melinda, Brianna, my mom watching on TV, DDY Racing, ComSync IT especially. He helped us this weekend. MTM Flooring, Pioneer Automotive, MLM Diagnostics, Hafner's Fuel, Admiralty Insurance, Arts Custom. I think that's it.
Also, a very beautiful car you have here today. Is this a new ride for you?
I just put the pink on it for breast cancer awareness because it's October.
Gotcha. All right, one more round of applause for your race winner, Michael Yetton. Now back to you guys up in the booth.
Well done, Jared, as always. And how about that? Michael Yetton caps off Oktoberfest for himself, just like he did the 2025 season. And we're now going to wrap up Victory Lane as we get ready to see the Outlaws coming up next.
I'm through with standing in line. The clubs I'll never get in. It's like the bottom of the ninth, and I'm never gonna win this. Life hasn't turned out quite the way I want it to be. Tell me what you want. I want a brand new house on an episode of Cribs, and a bathroom I can play baseball in, and a king-size tub big enough for 10 plus me. So what you need? I'll need a credit card that's got no limit, and a big black jet with a bedroom in it. Gonna join the Mile High Club at 37,000 feet. Been done. I want a new tour bus full of old guitars, mine star on Hollywood Boulevard. Somewhere between Cher and James Dean is fine for me. So how you gonna do it? I'm gonna trade this life for fortune and fame. I'd even cut my hair and change my name. Cause we all just wanna be big rock stars and live in hilltop houses, driving 15 cars. The girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. Well, I'll stay skinny cause we just won't eat, and we'll hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars. Every good gold digger's gonna wind up there. Every playboy bunny with the bleached blonde hair. And well, hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. Hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star.
And now we're coming up on feature event number 3 of the evening, another division that actually qualified yesterday. Here are your Outlaws. Coming out on the pole out of Newport, it's going to be Craig Smith in the 23 New Hampshire. It is outside will be Claremont's Tyler Lescord in the 15. Inside of row number 2 is going to be Chris Riendo in the 4 Vermont, and his outside is Radical Ricky Bly in the 28. Inside of row number 3 is going to be Matt Robinson in the 58 machine, and Steve Bly will pilot the number 10 car here out of Windsor, Vermont. 6 cars set to take the green here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here, the Sunday portion of the weekend. We are having ourselves a time, and we are going to have 20 more laps on tap for the Outlaws here at Lee USA Speedway.
The Outlaws, a regular at the Claremont Motorsports Park, our sister track. They always put on some great racing there. Getting ready to take the green here. Unless maybe they, I don't know if they did already.
Going to give them a couple warm-up laps to get some heat in the engines here. Again, what these are going to be essentially what you're going to see later on this evening with the Granite State Pro Stock Series. These are all late models and super late models with pretty much no body rules. You can put what's called a wedge body on it, or similar to what you see on the dirt late model scene in the Midwest or down south. But these are your outlaw drivers, and these are some pretty sporty looking rides. If you go on over to the Claremont Motorsports Park, you're going to see probably About 15 to 20 of these on a weekly basis around that particular racetrack. Again, our sister track, as you mentioned, Jordan, under the Basowski Properties ownership group, not only here, but Claremont, but also the Hudson Speedway, all in the state of New Hampshire, as we are living free and dying or whatever, right? That's the phrase, I think.
Yeah,
I think I
like
nailed
that.
it. But Craig Smith going to start on the pole here in the number 23 car. They roll into the restart area. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
We are racing with the Outlaws, and it's a great jump by Craig Smith in the 23, but it's a side-by-side battle for the second spot. It is a for Chris Riendo and Tyler Lescord. Riendo gets that second spot away. They come out of turn number 4. They're all still bumper to bumper. You can put them under a blanket on lap number 1. As your new race leader, Craig Smith in car number 23. Trying to hold off Chris Riendo in that 4, as Riendo had a lot of momentum carrying him out of the corner exit out of turn number 2. Gonna bring him into turn number 3 now. Trying to get to the inside of Smith, not able to make it work so far. But the top two are starting to break away from Tyler Lescord and Ricky Bly, who are running 3rd and 4th respectively. They make a little bit of contact. One monster trucks over the other. Lescord goes around, collects another car.
Big contact there between Lescord and the 58 machine.
The 58 is Matt Robinson. All kinds of damage there to the left front fender.
Yeah, and Robinson's certainly going to be done there. You see it, probably a tie rod broken on that 58 car. Left front tire is pointed to the moon, which is certainly not advantageous to try and get around a racetrack when you need to go left. Make sure the driver is okay, and judging by his very spirited hand signals, he is probably just healthy enough to get out of that race car. So round of applause for that driver for at least bringing it down to Lee USA Speedway to take the green here, and unfortunately gets tangled up in an early race caution there with Tyler Lescord, who you see also has damage on the right rear corner of that 15 machine. So they're going to have to bring it pit side and probably at the bare minimum get a tire on it. As we see the replay over on racedaystv.com, you see the top two battling for the race lead, and Lescord just gets loose up off of turn number 2, comes back down across the right front of Radical Ricky Bly, and that just fires him right in front of the 58 car in the middle of the backstretch there, which is unfortunately just nowhere that he could have gone to avoid that. And now he's going to be on the hook, getting back pit side, and that will more than likely end his Oktoberfest here in the honor of Russ Conway, where we are having ourselves a time here, like we've said many, many times, but we are, again, quickly approaching the main event of the evening. We have this. We've got a couple of Star Tour main events to go. Crown Vics, Florida Daily Mods, also your four-cylinder event as well too. But Granite State Pro Stock Series are those cars down on the infield there, the fastest fendered cars in the region, ready to go at it for 125 laps, where you'll hear the voice of Marco Thomas. And they always put on a show here at Lee USA Speedway, where we are just having a festival of race cars here. But before while we have a moment in the program here, what we want to talk about is what this show is all about. Again, we keep mentioning Russ Conway and his Oktoberfest. That is Oktoberfest with a K. But this has always been a 3-day event that I have actually been a part of as a driver a handful of times. But this event proudly honors the late Russ Conway, an award-winning journalist, author, and lifelong supporter of short track racing in New England. Along with partners, Russ helped bring Star Speedway, Hudson Speedway, and Lee USA Speedway to life, leaving behind a legacy that racers and fans still enjoy today, like we are all doing right this very moment. His passion for the sport and its people continues to shine every fall at the event he helped create, and that is exactly this, Oktoberfest with a K. And that's what it's all about. Come for the race cars, but stay for the people. And Russ Conway is certainly one of the ones that dedicated the majority of his life to short track automobile racing, and Lee USA Speedway is incredibly lucky to be the beneficiary of a lot of his lifelong work. And we honor him yet again here with his Oktoberfest, as we're going to cross him up here this time by for the Outlaws. 4 cars remain in this one. Craig Smith, still your race leader, with Chris Riendo to his outside, and Radical Ricky Bly fast yesterday in his heat race. The only one bringing an ACT-style late model here with the Outlaws. That, for those of you that are super nerdy like I am, that's actually a perimeter chassis. The rest are all straight rails, but now they're going to take the green flag here, and I think the 23 actually is a perimeter chassis as well too. Craig Smith going to fire it down into turns 1 and 2, up off of the backstretch here. Chris Riendo going to see what he can do with the 4 Vermont.
Riendo in the 4 Vermont, chasing down your race leader, Craig Smith, out of turn number 4 there. Bumper to bumper, you can put him under a blanket. It's a 2-car breakaway. But keep an eye on that red number 10 of Steve Bly as he's going to try to close in on your top 2. As Ricky Bly looks like he's battling some issues after that contact he had with Tyler Lesko that brought out the caution. But it's still Craig Smith up front. Chris Riendo now starting to fall back just a little bit on to Craig Smith in the 23 end, with Steve Bly looking on from a little bit away for that battle for the number 1 spot. It is Craig Smith going to come out of turn number 4, and he is going to lead lap number 4.
Yeah, Craig Smith certainly trying to lead it wire to wire here. And again, when the laps are only 20 apiece for the feature events, you get to the end pretty quickly here. And Craig Smith just trying to fend off Chris Riendo here, who gets a run on the inside of the 4 Vermont. Probably faster than the 23 car here, and we've said it time and time again. It's one thing to get there, it's another thing to get around. And Chris Riendo racing like a gentleman right now, who again fires it right down into turns 3 and 4, gets within about a half of a car length, gets into the speed bumps, actually gets a run down the straightaway this time by, loses it back to Craig Smith, who continues to lead this one.
Craig Smith continues to be out in front, but Chris Riendo now breathing down the neck of Smith in the 23, who has led them all so far. But Riendo not going anywhere out of turn number 4. It's going to be Riendo again trying the inside, not able to make work out of turn number 4. Now going to dive it into turn number 1. He's trying to map out an inside move on Smith. If Smith leaves the door open, he's going to use the bumper now to Smith as he rides him up the track. Together down the backstretch into turn number 3. Riendo again going to try the inside move. Got a little squirrely out of 4, and it's still Smith up front, but Riendo getting right to that back bumper of Smith. And here comes Riendo again out of turn number 2. Getting right to the right front, a little bit of contact. They drag race down the backstretch now. Side by side, diving into turn number 3. Riendo has a slight advantage coming out of 4. Chris Riendo clear Smith. Your new race leader is Chris Riendo in the 4 Vermont.
Yeah, Craig Smith made one slight mistake there, giving the bottom lane to Chris Riendo, who has had a very sporty 4 Vermont here all weekend long. Now finds himself in command of this one as we get under halfway around. 9 laps remaining in this one, this time by, as those top 2 now begin to separate just a little bit, as Chris Riendo clearly had something left in the tank compared to the rest of the field here. The remainder of your field, 10 of Steve Bly, will be your top 3 driver there as well too, as now back up front Chris Riendo, the driver from Vermont, driving the 4 Vermont, driving a beautiful race car there with an incredible Outlaw body on it. Again, these cars very similar to what you see on the infield there with the Granite State Pro Stock Series. This car in particular is what's called a straight rail chassis. The entire right side of the car is basically just one straight line from the right front all the way to the right rear. Compared to what's called the perimeter chassis, where it's more of a square where the driver actually sits. And you can see that in the chassis where the body actually, if you see the right front A-pillar of the windshield, is actually almost in the middle of the car. That's how you can get away with that, so you can get a lot of left side weight onto these race cars here. And he is now just stretched his legs out. He's out for a Sunday night cruise, and he is looking to gain a pumpkin trophy for the mantelpiece here on the Sunday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest.
4.5 laps to go here. In our Outlaw feature event, Chris Riendo took the lead from Craig Smith a couple laps ago and has pulled away. As Charlie mentioned, a Sunday night drive for Chris Riendo in that 4 Vermont. As Craig Smith continues to fall back more and more and slowly getting into the grasp of the 10 of Steve Bly in that red number 10. That is the battle, going to be the battle for the second spot over these next couple laps. If Steve Bly can get there, going to be 3 laps to go now at the line here at the New Hampshire Center Speed for our Outlaw feature. Chris Riendo has led the last 3 to 4 laps. Going to see the popsicle sticks in the air next time by as he comes out of turn number 3 now. Out of 4, popsicle sticks in the air by Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts. 2 more circuits around the USA Speedway for Chris Riendo. It's still Craig Smith in the 23 in the second spot. Had a fast car until Riendo got past him and pulled away. Steve Bly holding steady in that 3rd spot. White flag in the air. 1 more trip around for Chris Riendo.
3/8 of a mile remain for the driver from Vermont, who brings that beautiful 4 Vermont here to the high banks of Lee USA Speedway. Down the backstretch for the final time. He's going to rocket that number 4 car down into turns 3 and 4. Hits the loud pedal down the front stretch. Black and white squares in the air. Your Outlaw feature winner is Chris Riendo, followed by Craig Smith in the 10 of Steve Bly. Will round out your top 3. And a round of applause one more time for the 4 Vermont of Chris Riendo. And now we're going to send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
Parked down here in Victory Lane with this beautiful 4 Vermont car, piloted by Chris Riendu. Posing with the checkered flag, thumbs up in the air. Getting out of the car, your race winner, Chris Riendu. Making our way to the front end of the car here. A great victory here at USA Speedway in this beautiful looking 4 Vermont car. A dominant victory. Once you got around him, you really didn't need to look back behind you. How did you pull off the win here today at USA Speedway?
First of all, I got to thank all the crew for coming down on this weekend and helping. My ex-wife for bringing my kids down to watch. Dozer for spotting. With him on the radio, it's really nice to have someone that can coach you, and he's got more experience and better victories than I do here. So this is the first win for me at Lee. I used to hate the place, so I got to thank Fraser's Place for sponsoring us all the time. Cutting Edge Property Management, Daily Grind, Brooks Automotive, Mountainside Graphics, Connor McDougall for making this thing look sharp every time, because apparently I like to rack it up some. Andy Speed Shop, Moreway Auto Salvage, Maurice Enterprises, and all the family down south, and Left-Hander Performance.
Well, let him hear you once again, folks. Your race winner, Chris Riendu. Now back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Jared. And just like that, we have a very beautiful Outlaw late model down in Victory Lane here at Lee USA Speedway as we get ready to wrap up Victory Lane and come right back to you with some Senior Tour Auto Racing.
Here come the Senior Tour Auto Racers, the modified division, going to go 15 laps for the feature. We're starting on the pole as well. I can't see that number from here, but I think that is. Can't quite tell. The number is a little small on the cross going down the backstretch, going into turn number 3 now. Car number 70 is a Skip Swiatek. That's going to be starting on the pole. Next to him will be car number 8 of Paul Jacks out of Dayville, Connecticut. Car number 44 is James Allen out of Westminster, Massachusetts. To his inside will be the 61. That is a 61 QC of Jocelyn Liberty. The number 0 will be Henry Stanfill. Alan Zelma will be in the 43. Mark Parmentier in the 00. Double green flags in the air. We are racing with the Senior Tour Auto Racers Sports and Modified Division. Side-by-side battle for the race lead coming out of turn number 2. It'll be the 8 of Paul Jakes. Going into turn number 3, they're still side-by-side out of turn number 4. Coming to the line, it's going to be the 70 of Skip Swiatek. That'll be your race leader out of he'll lead lap number 1. They're still side-by-side from first, second, third, and fourth. As the rest of the field is now single filed out. As the top 5, you can all put them under a blanket. They stay side by side on turn number 4. Swiatek will lead lap number 2 in the 70 with the 8 of Jocks right behind him. The 61 QC of Jocelyn Liberty will be right behind them in the 3rd spot. Here comes the 44 as well of James Allen. As the 61 is going to go spinner down the back front stretch will be the 44. That'll be James Allen. Around, that'll bring out the caution. I'm not too sure what happened there. But the 44 made contact with the infield wall. As he spun through the grass to bring out our first caution of the event here on lap number 3.
Luckily, he's able to get it back going here.
It didn't look like he hit. Yeah, it didn't look like he hit the wall too hard there. Not too sure what happened there. I just saw him spinning into the grass and made slight contact with the pit wall there. And the infield grass looked like he's gonna just wait for the last car to go by and pick up the tail end of the field. This is our first of 2 Senior Tour Auto Racer feature events. The next one will be the Sportsman as Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts gonna cross him up, gonna go green next time by. Again, the 70 of Skip Swiatek, the Higginham, Connecticut native. Hopefully I pronounced that town right. Quite frankly, I've never seen that town before, so hopefully I pronounced that right. Ooh. I would assume that's Higginham, Connecticut.
He's got a good last name too, Skip Swiatek.
Yeah, he does. He's driving a 1937 Chevy Coupe. Green flag is back out in the air, and it's a great jump by Swiatek. But here comes the 61 of Liberty. Gonna have the advantage out of turn number 2. Here comes the 0 of Henry Stanfill. Now gonna put his name into the battle for the race lead. He has that 3rd spot over the 8 of Paul Jacks. As the top 4 are side by side with battles going on in the back of the pack. But the top 4 are under a blanket. They stay side by side. As they stay dead even going into turn number 3. Now out of turn number 4. They are still dead even coming to the line. It's going to be the 70 of Swiatek. But Swiatek got a little loose going to the start-finish line. That's going to allow the 61 of Liberty. Going to have the advantage now. He's going to lead that lap in car number 61, that orange 61 QC.
For as old as these cars are, Jordan, they're going pretty quick around this track.
Yeah, they definitely are. The Liberty is the only car that is actually driver that is from Connecticut, or from Quebec rather, from Quebec, Canada. The only car and driver that is from Canada in the Sportsman modified field. As Dave Tibbs is going to give him the crossing up signal. We are halfway in, 7 laps in, going to be 8 laps, or going to be 7 laps in, 8 laps to go. Going to at the line. Swiatek in the 70, still your race leader with a Liberty battling for that 2nd spot still. A lot of tongue twister names in the Sportsman modified field. As the top 4 stay side by side, they stay dead even. The Liberty gonna lead that lap over the 70 of Swiatek. They dive into turn number 1. They stay side by side. The Liberty now going to clear Swiatek for the race lead. Now here comes Stanfield in the 0. Going to try to clear Jakes in the 8. Not able to do so. They stay dead even, battling for that 3rd and 4th spot. It's still the Liberty up front. 5 laps to go at the line. 10 laps in. 5 laps to go. Each Senior Tour Auto Race feature is 15 laps.
Single file for the top 5 cars now after being 2x2 for the majority of the race.
Yeah, the top 4 were side by side most of this event. But as Jared Magoon mentioned, our broadcast partner that does our victory lane is actually going to be on the call with me for these Senior Tour Auto Race feature events. The rest of the field went single file out. It's still the Liberty still out in front though as they come out of turn number 4. That's not Henry Stanfield, that's Skip Swiatek in the 70. Going to try to get to that back bumper of the Liberty, not able to do so. As we might have a battle for that 4th spot upcoming, but it's going to be popsicle sticks in the air. 2 more circuits around New Hampshire Center Speed for the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division. Skip Swiatek and Jocelyn the Liberty have battled tooth and nail, back and forth for the race lead. White flag in the air. 1 more trip around. Now here comes Henry Stanfield now in that the number 0. He's going to stay side by side with Swiatek. Here comes Stanfield now out of turn number 2, side by side with the Liberty going into turn number 3. They stay dead even, side by side, battling for the race lead now out of turn number 4. Double checking flags in the air. It's going to be Johnson the Liberty in the 61 QC. Going to win your Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified feature event. Our first of 2 Senior Tour Auto Race feature events here as part of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. The 61 of Jocelyn the Liberty, your feature winner for the Senior Tour Modified Division. They will pull it into the victory lane. You can see on Race Day TV an up-close look on that 61 machine. That is a 1972 Ford Pinto that just won our Modified Division race for the Senior Tour Auto Racers. As our broadcast partner Jared Ragoon is going to make his way down to the front stretch to interview our Senior Tour Auto Racer feature winner. Will be Jocelyn La Liberty in the 61 QC, the only driver from Canada in this field. Now I'll toss it down to our broadcast partner, the one and only Jared Magoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is out of the car. He can hear your race winner, Jocelyn La Liberté. Let's go. Waving that checkered flag around here in Victory Lane. You're the only Canadian in the field tonight, my friend. Or not tonight, this evening. Congratulations on coming home P1 today. How'd you bring it down here in Victory Lane?
Oh, it's great to be here. I love this track. I would like to thank the Lee Speedway staff, everybody, the Star Series, and the most important, you, the fan.
Let's go, fans. Let them hear ya. Now you have a gorgeous looking 61 machine here. Anything that you'd like to tell everyone about your car here today?
Yeah, that's a tribute car of the late Richie Evans. And that car is amazing. I went everywhere with this car.
Well, it's a beautiful ride, my friend, and it's great to see it parked down here in Victory Lane. Once again, race fans, let him hear you. Your race winner, Jocelyn La Liberté. Now back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jared. We'll wrap up Victory Lane for the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division. Up next will be another Star Tour feature. This time will be the Sportsman Division. As we will wrap up Victory Lane, congrats to our race winner, the 61 QC of Jocelyn La Liberty out of Quebec, Canada, in the 1972 Ford Pinto. We'll wrap up Victory Lane to bring you more feature action here on Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Here come the Star Tour Sportsman Division. Another 15-lap feature event ahead for them. Going to be 11 in the field here today. It was a 3B of Anthony Mendoza that was your heat race winner earlier on today in the program. This field is doubled up. Should be going green this time. We're going to cross on now. We're going to go green next time by. As Chief Starter Dave Tibbetts gives the signal. The 2X of Charlie Lima is going to be your pole sitter here in this one. And starting on the outside pole will be John Mulcahy, the Lakefield, Massachusetts native, will be on the outside pole starting in the second spot. Getting ready to go green for our Senior Tour Auto Racers Sportsman Division. 15-lap feature about to get set. A half a lap from doing so. Field's going to enter the restart zone. Double green flags are in the air, and we are racing with the Sportsman Modifieds. Charlie Lima with a great jump with Mulcahy right next to him. They are side by side. Lima gets that number 1 spot, pull the point for Charlie Lima in the 2X. Charlie Lima was a strong car in the heat race earlier on today. The 1 New Hampshire of Skip Stearns out of Londonderry, New Hampshire, now battling for that number 2 spot. He's on the inside of Mulcahy now. That is a battle for the second spot again. Stearns now gets that spot. And here comes the 10 of Jamie Falcone now side by side. That is a battle for the 3rd spot now, as the 3rd spot continues to heat up as the 68 of Mulcahy continues to fall back spots. Here comes Falcone now. He's going to get that 3rd spot away. They stay side by side, diving into the turn number 1. The top 4 you can put under a blanket. It's going to be a 4-car breakaway with the 3B of Anthony Mendoza trying to gain ground on your top 4 as they're all still side by side for that 3rd spot. It is still Falcone and Mulcahy side by side, still battling for that 3rd spot. As the 2X of Charlie Lima has led them all so far. 12 laps to go in our feature event here as part of the Russ Conway's Oktoberfest weekend. As Mulcahy now in the 68 going to use the high side now, going to go out of turn number 4. He's going to lose that 2nd spot. Now here comes Falcone now. Try to get a move for that 3rd spot, was unable to do so. Mulcahy still stuck on the high side in that 68 machine. As Falcone continues to battle side by side for that 3rd spot. The battle for the third spot has been rampant all feature long so far here. As the 2X of Lima going to lead lap number 4 now. Going to be 10 laps to go now at the line. Still side by side for that 3rd spot is the 68 of Mulcahy and the 10 of Falcone. Mulcahy has the advantage going into turn number 3. But on corner exit now, it's Falcone that has the advantage. Now they're stay side by side again out of turn number 4. Mulcahy has the better car on corner entry. Falcone has a better car on corner exit.
I'm noticing that 2X of Charlie Lima's protecting that inside line, making sure that no one can get underneath him into these corners. Very smart move by him.
The inside groove works a lot here at the USA Speedway. And it's still now Falcone now trying to get to the inside of Stearns, was unable to do so. Stearns now holding steady in that 2nd spot on the high side. Gonna try to go to the side by side with Lima out of turn number 2. They stay dead even going into turn number 3 now. We are halfway through our final Star Tour feature event. As they come out of turn number 4, Lima's going to lead that lap. But Skip Stearns still side by side with Lima. The top 4 now once again side by side. It's Falcone and Mulcahy still battling for that 3rd spot with Lima and Stearns battling it out for that number 1 spot. They come out of turn number 4. It's going to be Lima having the advantage on corner exit. He's going to lead that lap. As Lima continues to stay on the inside. And now Stearns now has the advantage out of 2 now. Here comes Mulcahy in the 68. They are bumper to bumper on the high side now. That is a battle for the race lead with Charlie Lima looking on the 2X. Lima able to clear Mulcahy in the 68 for that 2nd spot. Here comes Mulcahy now again. Going to try to cross over Charlie Lima in the 2X. Your new race leader though is Skip Stearns in the number 1 New Hampshire. As the top 4 continue to be under a blanket. Here comes the blue 7 of Michael Kogler. Going to make it a 5-car battle now with the 3B of Anthony Mendoza, the heat race winner earlier on. It's a 5-car breakaway up front. The top 5 you can put under a blanket, but they're going to catch up. 2-lap traffic. Now it's going to be interesting to see how the field can maneuver around that. But the top 3 now. Jamie Falcone, Mulcahy trying to wrap up the podium right now with 3 laps to go at the line. They stay side by side with Skip Stearns, still your race leader, as they go down in the backstretch now. Falcone has to go single file now to get past the lap car. Popsicle sticks in the air. 2 more trips around the Lee USA Speedway for the Senior Tour Auto Racers Modified Division. It is still Skip Stearns up front. Charlie Lima and Mulcahy battling side by side for that second spot. Jamie Falcone in the 10. Looking on though as they go into turn number 3 now. White flag and wave this time. 1 more trip around for the 1 New Hampshire of Skip Stearns. Skip Stearns in the 1965 Chevy Nova. Gonna try to claim his feature win here. They go down the backstretch though. They're gonna drag race now. Gonna go into turn number 3, top 4. Still side by side. Stearns has a slight advantage coming out of turn number 4. Double checkered flags in the air. The 1 New Hampshire of Skip Stearns going to be your race winner. It's going to look like the 68 of Mulcahy going to get that second spot, and Charlie Lima in the 2X going to round out your podium. Jamie Falcone in the number 10. The Southborough, Massachusetts native will be in the 4th spot, and rounding out your top 5 will be Michael Kogler out of Hope Valley, Rhode Island in the 1939 Chevy Coupe. Going to be round out your top 5. A great race put on by the Senior Tour Auto Racers Sportsman Division. It's going to be the 1 New Hampshire of Skip Stearns pulling it into the pit area now, or pulling it in the victory lane on the front stretch now. There's our broadcast partner, Jared Mugun, getting ready to interview our race winner. But he also handles the trophy, so he's going down to grab the trophies as well. You see Jared Magoon now going down the steps. A good shot of inside the car of a Skip Stearns, the Londonderry, New Hampshire native. Great shot on Race TV of inside the car for our race winner. Now I'll toss it down to our broadcast partner, Jared Magoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's climbing out of the car. He can hear you. Your race winner, Skip Stearns. A ballerina coming out of the car here down here in Victory Lane, coming to the front of the car with their checkered flag. Congratulations, Skip, on coming here, parking your number 1 car here in Victory Lane. How does it feel parking it down here?
Yeah, it's great, but I cheated. I got too many laps on this track. It's usually in the wrecker, but it's good laps.
Well, cheat or no cheat, at least you're down here in Victory Lane. Can you tell us some history about your car? Let us know about it.
Yeah, the guy that won $5 grand last night built it, Georgie Baldwin, and it's really cool. He was at the start-finish line. I said, hey, you want to sell that car? He said, yeah. I bought it the next morning. It drives like a dream. Everybody should come play with this. Thank you very much, Ben, for letting us play in your backyard. Without you, we couldn't play with our toys. Thanks, everybody. Anybody wants to have any fun, buy a vintage race car. This is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Empty out your pockets for one of these great cars and let him hear you one more time. Your race winner, Skip Stearns. Now back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Jared. Coming up next, you're on day number 3 for the Russ Conway Oktoberfest, will be the $1,000 to win Crown Vic race. That is going to be going 25 laps, $1,000 to win for the Crown Vics. I think the biggest purse money for our winner in the Crown Vic here at the Lee USA Speedway this year, which is our newest division that saw the 23 of Jake Michaud win the first ever track championship in the Crown Vic division here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed. As we will wrap up a victory lane for the Senior Tour Auto Racer Sportsman division, and we'll get ready for the $1,000 to win 25-lap Crown Vic feature event.
Style Got Chuck's on with Saint Laurent. Gotta kiss myself, I'm so pretty. I'm too hot. Call the police and the fireman. I'm too hot. Make a dragon wanna retire, man. I'm too hot. Say my name, you know who I am. I'm too hot. And my band bought that money. Break it down. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Girls hit you, hallelujah. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Cause Uptown Funk don't give it to you. Saturday night and we in the spot. Don't believe me, just watch.
Now coming out onto the racetrack is the Crown Vic division. Again, these drivers put on an absolute show every time they come out onto the racetrack here. And like you mentioned, Jordan, this is the newest division here at Lee USA Speedway, and this is pretty much paying homage to what street stocks used to be. This is very much a car that you can get out of a junkyard somewhere. Maybe it was your grandmother's grocery getter. Maybe it was the same car that cuffed you and stuffed you and brought you to the drunk tank there one night on the crazy Friday night, if you will. But these are the Crown Vics, the cop cars, where you basically pay, whatever the cost of the car is going to be, slam a 4-point cage in it, put a steering wheel on it, and go racing. Where on the pole for this one's going to be the John Dulac number 12 machine. Where it is outside is going to be Trevor Michaud in the 28. Inside of row number 2 is going to be Jacob Michaud in the 23 car. And it is outside, Keith Walton will be in the 04 Junior. Oxford, Maine brings you the 5th place driver. Tyler Moore will be in the 9M. And to his outside, Adam Lovejoy is in the 83. Austin Porkchop Erickson, coming all the way from Ashland, Massachusetts, will be in the Tide Ride number 32. And his outside will be Dan Corso in the 48. Inside of row number 5 is Gage Osborne in the 13 car. And his outside, Josh Valeri out of Rochester will pilot in the number 3. Inside of row number 6 will be Jake Guarino in the nicest car on the property, the 69 machine out of Litchfield. And his outside in the 12th spot will be Donnie McCaffrey in the Oh No. Starting inside of row number 7 is going to be Zachary Davis in the 27 car, and his outside will be Jessica Bisowski out of Hudson in the 5. Callie Osborne will be in the 77 car, and to her outside will be Ben Bisowski in the 5-0. Inside of row number 9, Camden Robinson, coming from Raymond, will be behind the wheel of the number 9 car, and to his outside will be the other number 9, I believe that's the 9M of Tyrese Mello. 18 cars ready to take the green here at Lee USA Speedway as we give them the 1-to-go signal, this time by 20 laps for $1,000. 25 laps, excuse me, for $1,000 up for grabs for our Crown Vic division. And they, I promise you, are about to put on one of the best shows of the night.
$1,000 to win for the Crown Vics, which is a lot of money that these drivers don't usually race for. So it's going to be interesting as we're going to get ready to go green. Double green flags in the air, and we are racing with the Crown Vics, and it's a great jump by the 12 car. Driving into turn number 1 side by side. Here comes Trevor Michaud in the 28. Here comes Jake Michaud, though, the father of Trevor Michaud, the track champion, side by side battling for that 2nd spot. They're going to come around turn number 4. They stay dead even. Coming to the line is going to be Jake Michaud sideways, going to lead lap number 1.
Yeah, your first ever Crown Vic champion here at Lee USA Speedway is going to be just ahead of a huge pileup in turn number 1 there. As we have the big one on lap number 1. You see Austin Erickson, Jake Guarino, I believe the 83 of Adam Lovejoy up into the fence as well too. Calamity all over the place. Dan Corso, Tyrese Mello. A lot of good race cars there tangled up in the first corner of lap number 1. So we are going to have to get everybody reset there and maybe catch our breath for a minute there as the 12 car is going to get back up front here. Jake Michaud in the number 23 car, as we were trying to mention, is your current reigning and defending champion of the Crown Vic classes. We have a replay over on RaceDayTV.com. You see him just go 3 wide there, and eventually everybody just running out of room. Keith Walton kind of getting bounced around like a pinball. Gets into the left rear corner of, I believe that was Trevor Michaud in the 28 car, which just sent everybody flying into turn number 1 there. Austin Erickson with a hard hit onto the outside wall there, collecting Jake Guarino down on the bottom side there. Adam Lovejoy, like we mentioned, tagging the outside wall as well too. But yeah, this is a great division for all of you in the stands right now wanting to maybe get started or get back into the world of auto racing. This is a very inexpensive way to do it. for probably the cost of maybe a couple $1,000s, you could be right onto that racetrack right here, right now, with these 18 other drivers going up for $1,000 to win in this Russ Conway Oktoberfest main event for our Crown Vics. Again, 25 laps on tap. We got through one of those before we had absolute chaos going into turn one here and collecting a bunch of good race cars. We're still going to try and get Adam Lovejoy out of the outside wall there in that 83 car. It seems as though his day will be done, which is good news for the other competitors, because Adam Lovejoy, not only a champion in his own right over at the Beach Ridge Motor Speedway, but he certainly has brought his talents over to Star as well, too, in the street stock division, late model division, driving for Jimmy Renfrew Sr. And has been stout in this Crown Vic class as well, too. So that creates a window of opportunity for a lot of the other drivers in this one. Again, we have a lot of drivers with a new division that still haven't won a race yet in this particular class, where now you're going to see the track champion getting back up into the front row here. It seems as though Jake Michaud in the 12. John Dulac will be your front row. Timing and scoring are going to determine that the 12 car actually should probably be ahead of the 23. Having some communication troubles there from the tower to our drivers. But now the 12 car is going to get spoken to here up into turn one. Going to let the rest of the field pass on by. But Jordan, we're having ourselves a time. We are quickly and rapidly approaching the main event of the evening. Granite State Pro Stock Series. Again, you've seen them all afternoon on the infield there. The fastest fender cars in the region going at it for a lot of money later on this evening. We got about 20 of those things ready to take the green, where you will hear the voice, or one of the voices of my childhood, Marco Thomas, take the reins back over from us for that main event. So a lot of action has taken place already throughout the weekend. We still have a lot of action ready to give to you here as well, too, as you're going to see the 12 of John Dulac get back up into the front row there. Probably just telling him to get back around the number 23 car for the race lead. And you will see him do just that right there up off of turn number 2. But yeah, so we're going to have our Crown Vics. We still have our daily Florida mods as well, too, to go at it for 20 laps. Pure stock 4 cylinders going for 20 laps as well, too. And then 125 laps for the Granite State Pro Stock Series on their championship night, right in front of this incredible crowd that we have here at the USA Speedway, where we got a lot of good drivers, a lot of good race cars, taking up pretty much the whole property now, as we're going to cross them up this time by Dulac and the champion Michaud to the outside of row number 1. That's going to be a stout front row there. Tyler Moore and Traver Michaud. Traver Michaud was 4th. But we have a pretty stacked top 4 here. Make it top 6, actually. Where you can't count out Donnie McCaffrey either in that Oh No car. But we're going to get crossed up down through turns 3 and 4. They're going to hit the restart area here in about 3 seconds. Chief starter looks him over. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
We are back racing, and it's John Dulac again with a great jump from that number 1 spot. Going to try to battle now with Jake Michaud, this year's track champion, the inaugural track champion in the Crown Vic division. They're side by side. Jake Michaud has the advantage, slight advantage. Out of turn number 4, they stay side by side. A little bit of contact. Michaud gets sideways. Dulac has to lift. Great save by both Michaud and Dulac. The 3 wide behind Dulac. That is a battle for the 3rd spot. It is actually Gage Osborne. That car is usually driven by his girlfriend Paige Maddie, but today it is driven by Gage Osborne. They were 3 wide, able to get it situated out, but all kinds of chaos in this Crown Vic race. Here as we have all contact in the back of the pack as well.
Yeah, we got calamity all over the racetrack here. John Dulac trying to hang on to the 2nd spot here, but here comes the 9M machine side by side for the 3rd spot. Dulac going to come back on the outside lane here. They go through the speed bumps. They make contact down into turns 1 and 2. The 12 is not giving up. Gives them the bottom side. They're 3 wide down through turns 1 and 2. They continue it, and the 12 car is going to get spun around off the nose of the 13 machine, and we are just having a lot of trouble getting the Crown Vics going here for their 25-lap show here, as now John Dulac is going to be relegated to the tail end of the field.
The field kind of stacked up, too, as a result, because it was kind of like in the blind spot, just out of turn number 2. Not a lot of drivers can see what's going on. These drivers don't have spotters, so they're kind of going in blind to turn 2. They just see a cloud of smoke, and some of the field stacked up, like Travis Michaud has some hood damage as he made contact with someone's back bumpers. We're going to see the replay on Race Day TV. As you can see the field, the Dulac and the 12. The 9 is Tyler Moore. They were 3 wide And it's Gage Osborne in the 13 makes a slight contact with Dulac that sends him around. You can see the cloud of smoke and the fuel just stack up behind him. To bring out our second caution of the event here on lap number 4 of 25 for the $1,000 Crown Vic feature event. It's Jake Michaud that's going to be your leader when we get back green. With Tyler Moore in the 9, now going to be in the second spot. With Zachary Davis in the 27. Going to be in the third spot. Gage Osborne in the fourth spot. Donnie McCaffrey, who started 12th in this feature event. I talked to him on Friday night after the practice day right here at the USA Speedway, and he said the car feels good. This is probably the best car I've had really ever since I got this car. And Donnie McCaffrey has moved his way up to the 5th spot. Avoided a calamity once again that happened just in front of him. Donnie McCaffrey doing a great job. There's a little bit of front end damage from the first caution when he made slight contact with Josh Valeri while they were all trying to avoid the chaos that was the turn 1 caution. Make sure the lineup is good to go. It's going to be Jake Michaud and Tyler Moore restarting on row number 1. Zach Davis in the 27. Gage Osborne row number 2. Donnie McCaffrey and Callie Osborne will be restarting in row number 3. Once we get back underway. Not going to give him the cross smoke signal this time by. As the 12 of John Dulac will be coming back onto the track. After he was spun around by the 13 of Gage Osborne. John Dulac was our race leader, but now he's going to have to restart tail end of the field for being the caution car. I don't know if we're waiting for any other cars to return from the pit area.
I think that there's just a little bit of confusion with the 12 car, thinking he was going to get a spot back after going to the pit area. And Tower's telling him now he's got to take the tail end of the field there. So Austin Erickson also going to be put in his rightful position there as he gets around Jake Guarino in the 69 car here, or maybe he's going to be right behind him. But again, 21 laps remaining in our Crown Vic division here as we cross them up this time. Again, Jacob Michaud and the number 9 I believe that's Tyrese Mello up front here.
That is Tyler Moore.
Tyler Moore. Yeah, Mello and Moore in the 2 number 9 cars because, again, we have 100 of these and we can't pick numbers.
And they both just have to have the initials of TM too.
Yeah, because that makes sense. Anyway, so we're going to get him crossed up here one more time. Jacob Michaud, your current track champion for the Crown Vics, are going to now go down into turns 3 and 4. The number 23 car is your control car as they get ready to hit the restart area. Chief starter looks him over. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
Back underway for the Crown Vics, 4 laps in. Tyler Moore and Jake Michaud have an even jump going into turn number 1. Michaud has a slight advantage out of turn number 1. Now out of turn number 2, Michaud trying to clear Moore. He does so just on the entrance of turn number 3. Here comes Zach Davis. I'm going to push it to the inside on Moore. Now they come out of turn number 4. Here comes Johnny McCaffrey, though, side by side battling for that the 4th spot. We have another car around that looks to be
Jessica Basowski in the 5 car.
Our 3rd caution of the event has come out, and it is for Jess Basowski around on the front stretch. Jess Basowski able to get it back fired under power. Jake Michaud, your race leader. Zach Davis now should be in that 2nd spot, as I believe he was 2nd by the time the caution came out. Tyler Moore, the 3rd spot. Donnie McCaffrey now in the 4th spot after battling with the 13 of Gage Osborne. Josh Valeri will be in the 6th spot. Callie Osborne, the 7th spot. Austin Erickson, after being involved in that big wreck early on lap 1 in turn number 1, has worked his way back up to the 8th spot. Track owner Ben Bazowski in the 5-0, the 9th spot, and Keith Walton in the 04 junior. Going to be your top 10 on the restart. As Austin Erickson actually will be just outside the top 10 as they put him behind the 9 of Tyrese Mello. 20 laps to go in our Crown Vic feature event. 5 laps into it. And racing for $1,000 to win. $1,000 goes to the winner, which might be why it's a little chaotic earlier on in this race. But Chief Star Dave Tibbs going to give him the cross him up. So going to go green next time by. Donnie McCaffrey now a +8. He started 12th in this feature event. He's worked his way up to the 4th spot. So this is the best my car has felt in a long time. That oh no taxi machine. Going to be on the outside of row number 2. This field goes into turn number 1. Again, Jake Michaud going to be your control car here, the inaugural track champion.
One thing to keep in mind here as well, too, we do have a time constraint system as we have 25 laps or 25 minutes, whichever comes first. We are about halfway through that time constraint as now Jacob Michaud's going to hit the loud pedal from the inside. He's going to go from the pole to point down through turns 1 and 2.
They stay dead even going into out of turn number 2. Jake Michaud clears Zach Davis. Here comes Tyler Moore now side by side with Davis momentarily. Davis trying to ride the outside as they come out of turn number 4. Davis holds steady in that 2nd spot.
Yeah, nose to tail, they're going to race for the lead here. Jacob Michaud, your track champion, skirts away just a little bit down the backstretch here as we are now officially under 20 laps remaining in your Crown Vic feature event. $1,000 up for grabs here, which is a lot of money for a Crown Vic driver. As you said, probably the richest purse in Crown Vic racing that we have in the New England area here, as now Jacob Michaud is going to have about a little bit of a 3-length advantage here over the number 27 car as everybody's trying to figure out where they're supposed to be at later on back in the pack here. Josh Valeri in the 3 car going to get hung out to dry on the top side as Ben Basowski in the 5-0 is going to make his way around. Keith Walton now having trouble into turns 1 and 2. The 0-4, that orange and white machine, going to go way, way, way up top, potentially having mechanical troubles there. Tough break for Walton as he is now probably going to bring that thing pit side.
Looks like Keith Walton going to pull it pit side after looks to be some mechanical issues. He will pull it pit side. Jake Michaud, though, continues to be up front. Zach Davis in the 27th second. Tyler Moore in the 3rd spot. Gage Osborne in the 4th spot. Donnie McCaffrey now rounding out your top 5. With Callie Osborne looking on, trying to charge to that oh no machine of Donnie McCaffrey. As we have Ben Bazowski, track owner, a little sideways out of turn number 4. Now looks like to be some mechanical issues for Austin Erickson, who's almost in the middle lane, almost caused a little stack up there going into turn number 1.
Yeah, the tide ride way off the pace there, down through turns 1 and 2, had his hand up trying to wave for caution, and yellow flag going to come out one more time again for Austin Erickson. Again, keep in mind, folks, we do have a 25-minute time limit as well, too, for this 25-lap main event. For the Crown Vics, Jake Michaud up front has been dominating this one so far. Didn't lead them all, but has led just about all of them so far, which makes sense. When you are the track champion, you are the guy to beat, and he certainly carried his 2025 point season onto Russ Conway's Oktoberfest Sunday portion here, as he's now going to get that car cooled back down and have the 27 car now to fend off with Tyler Moore as well, too, in that number 9M machine. 10 laps into this one, 15 laps still remaining. I think a lot of our drivers are probably a little bit antsy. They've been cooped up all weekend. I believe they did some qualifying yesterday, which then set the field for today. So they've had all weekend to think about this, and certainly have had a tough start to their 25-lap show here. But again, now we're going to get the 32 pushed off pit side here, and I do believe we're going to get it crossed up this time by, just kidding, yellow flag's going to remain out here. Tease me from the stand. But yeah, one more time around. Hopefully then they're going to get the one-to-go signal. But we are, again, at the end of our 2025 season. Another great year that Lee USA Speedway has had. They've put on an incredible program throughout the year. We mentioned it earlier, but Mother Nature was not a fan of automobile racing at all to kick the year off. It wasn't just here at Lee USA Speedway, but it was a myriad of racetracks all over the Northeast having trouble just getting the season started. But once we got in the swing of things, we had a very, very good weekly program here. These Crown Vics putting on an incredible show each and every single week here, the newest division here at the USA Speedway. Now growing it into an 18-car field that's took the green here today. But again, $1,000 up for grabs, which when you're running a car that only needs a 4-point cage and you probably peeled out of a scrapyard somewhere and you've got street tires on it, $1,000 goes quite a long way with these drivers. So Jacob Michaud now from the inside of row number 1 is going to be the control car down through turns 3 and 4. Chief Starter looks him over. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
We are back underway on lap 15. We are 10 laps into this feature event. Jake Michaud, a great jump over Zach Davis for that number 1 spot. Here comes Tyler Moore now, side by side with Zach Davis. Now that is the battle for the 2nd spot. Here comes Donnie McCaffrey, going to try to push it to the inside of Gage Osborne. That is going to be the battle for the 4th spot. As Donnie McCaffrey right to the back over Gage Osborne. Here comes track owner Ben Bazowski, works his way up through the field. He's on the outside looking in, outside the top 5 as McCaffrey trying to get it too wide with with Gage Osborne. Here comes Ben Bazowski, tries to push to the inside of McCaffrey now. On that oh no machine, here comes Ben Bazowski out of turn number 4, not able to make the pass on Donnie McCaffrey for that 5th spot.
Yeah, that name, Ben Bazowski, might ring somebody's ears a little bit here because that's actually the guy that owns the place here. Ben Bazowski of Bazowski Properties and the Bazowski Properties Management Group here owns Lee USA Speedway. He owns Hudson Speedway. He owns Claremont Speedway. He's certainly an avid racing fan and dumps his heart and soul into the world of automobile racing. Now finds himself up into the top 5 in the 5-0 car. Certainly going to carve his way up through the field here. Just under halfway to go here at 11 laps. More around this time by for the number 23 of Jacob Michaud.
Jake Michaud has led them all so far. Tyler Moore holding steady in that 2nd spot. As Ben Bazowski's picking him off one at a time, he gets past that 13 of Gage Osborne now. Bazowski now in that 4th spot. 10 fingers up in the air, which means we are 10 laps to go now. Jake Michaud is 10 laps away. After winning the track championship here this year, he is 10 laps away from becoming $1,000 richer. But he has a miracle of that 9M of Tyler Moore with Zach Davis in the 27 looking on. As the rest of the field is single file. There's a battle in the back of the pack between the 69 machine of Garino and Tyrese Mello. Mello gets that spot over Garino. As the Osborne's now the cousins battling it out. Callie Osborne and Gage Osborne for possession. Callie gets him beat there. As we are side by side on Race Day TV of all the action, all the craziness that is this Crown Vic feature event. We're going to be at 8 laps to go now at the line. 8 more trips now for Jake Michaud as Gage Osborne going to pull it pit side.
Yeah, and we see that lead shrinking ever so slowly here. Back to the graphs of Tyler Moore in the 9M. He has gotten back within 2 car lengths of the race leader and the current champion, Jacob Michaud, in that 23 car as they now come back around. 7 laps remaining in this one as those top 2 now are going to start throwing haymakers at each other. $1,000 is a lot of money for a Crown Vic team, and it can go a very, very long way and give you a great head start going into 2026 now as Tyler Moore gets the run in the 9M. He has gotten back to the back bumper of your race leader, Jacob Michaud. And we've said it time and time again, it's one thing to get there, but it's another thing to get around him. Stays within 2 lengths of your race leader.
We're even as we have high fives in the air. 5 more trips around. Jake Michaud, the dominant car here in this feature event, has had to hold off Tyler Moore and Zach Davis on multiple restarts here in this feature event, doing a great job at keeping Tyler Moore behind him. The difference now, just a half a second, 5/10 of a second between Michaud and Moore. With Zach Davis looking on, the difference between Michaud and Davis is 8/10 of a second. As we come around now with 4 laps to go. The difference now was 2/100th of a second. The difference now. Michaud was a little bit faster than Tyler Moore that time around. As they come out of turn number 3 now. Michaud going to be your race leader. Going to be 3 laps to go at the line. 3 more trips around for Jake Michaud to become $1,000 richer.
Yeah, he's already got the crown for the season. He wants to have the Oktoberfest crown as well, too, and the Pumpkin Trophy presented by Synergy Signworks. He's going to have 2 more circuits around this next time by as the popsicle sticks go up in the air for the final time of the Crown Vic season. Jacob Michaud now enters the portion of the race where he is going to start hearing every little rattle, every little pop and ping of the race car. He's going to start smelling all of the burning things, and he's going to wonder, is it going to come out of my grasp of my hand? But now Tyler Moore gets within a bumper. He's there. He's almost going to make contact one more time around. 3/8 of a mile remain for the Crown Vics here at Lee USA Speedway in the year 2025. This race not only gives you $1,000, but it gives you bragging rights all through the winter. Tyler Moore throws one more Hail Mary at it. He gets sideways, but the win is going to go to the 23 of Jacob Michaud.
Jake Michaud showing exactly why he was this year's track champion, the inaugural track champion in the Crown Vic division here at the Lee USA Speedway, as he just became $1,000 richer, seeing the double checker flag first. Tyler Moore second, Zach Davis third, Ben Bazowski fourth, and rounding out your top 5 will be the Oh No Taxi Machine of Donnie McCaffrey.
How about one more round of applause for the last winner of the Crown Vics for this season, the 23 of Jacob Michaud. And we now send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
Once again, parking it down here in Victory Lane at Lee USA Speedway, the number 23 of Jacob Michaud, posing with the checkered flag, getting ready to climb out of the car. Let him hear you, your race winner, Jacob Michaud. Brother, I've had the chance to talk to you many a times down here in Victory Lane. Winning another one here, $1,000 though this time. How does it feel to win and be down here in Victory Lane here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest?
I mean, winning's always fun. This division is fantastic. I don't know what happened to my son. It's tough luck. I love coming out here and racing with him. I got a lot of people to thank. Michaud's Law Motorsports, my wife mostly, it's her car. I turned it around so I could get the good side. The other side's pretty caved in. It's been a long season. We've had a lot of good fortune. I mean, we work hard in the shop, but it takes luck too, right? Mechanical failures can happen. You can get caught up in a wreck that's not yours. We've been pretty clean all season. Came out here and won this race last year, and it feels good to win another one. I gotta give a shout out to my little buddy down there in stage, and I don't know who he is, but he's a little kid down there bouncing around. He was waving, giving me thumbs up before the beginning of this race. I think the good luck came from him.
Well, that's a great victory down here. Let him hear one more time. Your race winner, Jacob Michaud. Now back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Jared. And again, another incredible show from our Crown Vic division. A little bit of a hiccup there to get it started, but pulled through and put on yet another incredible 25-lap main event for those folks. We're going to get Victory Lane cleaned up here and come right back to you with some Florida Daily Mods.
The Florida Daily Modifieds coming onto the track now. Again, these are just like the past modifieds that you see. And starting on the pole, the Tamworth, New Hampshire native, that'll be the 66K. That is Jeremy Davis. To his outside, a household name here in the weekly competition, the Londonderry, New Hampshire native, car number 08 of Milton Duran. The inside of row number 2 brings us the Allenstown, New Hampshire native, car number 21 of Tyler Fiskus. Pittsfield, New Hampshire brings us car number 77. That'll be Chris Lee in the 4th spot. Row number 3 doing double duty today, car number 7, the Hudson, New Hampshire native. That'll be Callie Osborne. The Pittsfield, New Hampshire native brings us car number 88 of Jonathan Lee. Row number 4, the Barrington, New Hampshire native, the car number 10 of Sandy Lee. Andy Nichols will be the Newfield, New Hampshire native, car number 96. Row number 5, Brentwood, New Hampshire's Bob Hussey and Christopher Lee, the Pittsfield, New Hampshire native. And rounding out the field will be the 77S, the Barrington, New Hampshire native, for David Lee. "11 Florida Daily Modifieds getting ready for their 20-lap feature event here in Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here at the Lee USA Speedway.
Side by side, they're going to go down into turns 1 and 2. Jeremy Davis on the pole here, a standout in the super late model ranks, typically running the Pro All-Star Series and dabbles a little bit in the Granite State Pro Stock Series as well. Fresh off of his first career Pro All-Star Series modified win at Oxford Plains Speedway just a handful of weeks ago, now finds his way at Lee, New Hampshire on the pole with the green flag out, and we are racing.
A great jump by Jeremy Davis as he is side by side with Milton Duran, a Super Street competitor here in our weekly competition. They are side by side. Duran has the slight advantage though. Out of turn number 3, they stay dead even. Out of turn number 4, Milton Duran's gonna come around and he's gonna lead lap number 1 outside pole to point for the OA of Milton Duran.
Duran clears him going into turn 1 there. The Tyler Fiskus machine now has entered up into the top 3. He's going to get to the back bumper of Jeremy Davis here, as now Davis gives the bumper right back to the rear of Milton Duran in the 08 car. Again, 20 laps on tap here for the Florida Modifieds. 2 laps complete so far. And we got a good battle for the lead shaping up here. Lap traffic coming into play early now as the 08 of Milton Duran squirts away just a little bit as he had the advantage around lap traffic. Jeremy Davis now going to get right back in within a half a length of the race leaders. The top 2 bust away from Tyler Fiskus now, as it seems the red number 1 machine is going to have some troubles on the bottom side of the racetrack here. But now here comes Davis to the outside on the left side of your screen on RaceDayTV.com. That is the battle for the lead. Jeremy Davis barrels it off into turns 3 and 4 on the top side here. He gets up to the quarter panel, quite can't get the jump down the straightaway, but he hangs tough.
They stay dead even going out of turn number 1. Now out of turn number 2, Duran able to clear Davis again for the race lead as they're going to catch up to lap traffic again. That 1 as Duran's going to have to try to do a little crossover move to get around him. That 1 machine is off the pace. It's a 3-car breakaway up at the front of the pack. Duran, your race leader. Davis, the 2nd spot. Fiskus, the 3rd spot. As another lap car goes low as Duran, a little bit. Lap car washes up the track a little bit, which allows Duran to get a little loose.
That gives a good advantage back to Jeremy Davis now, who capitalizes on that slight mistake. Gets back within a quarter of a length to your race leader, Milton Duran. Davis now in the 66K. He's going to try that slight crossover move. Enters a little bit higher, exits down onto the speed bumps here. He's going to get a big drive up off. We are quickly approaching halfway in this one. 8 laps to go now as Davis gets the run on the outside. He gets squeezed a bit by Duran now as he slams the door shut. Falls back in line behind turns number 3 and 4. He's going to have the advantage coming off the corner. Lap traffic playing a factor huge in this one.
Lap traffic again playing a factor that's allowed Duran to take advantage momentarily over Davis. We have a trouble in turn number 3 as the cars around. It looks like it'll be the 77 of, I can't tell which 77 that is from here, but that is either the 77 of David Lee or the 77 of Chris Lee. We'll see when they come back around out of turn number 4. But our first caution for the Florida Daily Modifieds has come out on lap 9 of this feature event.
And how about that for a show so far, folks, from your Florida mods? They have been absolutely cranking them out here and putting on a show. Have been Jeremy Davis and Milton Duran. Tyler Fiskus in that 21 machine, also stout, hanging around the outside of the top 3 there. But they have been throwing absolute just right-hand hooks into each other here and trying to see who's going to come on top after the end of 20 laps around New Hampshire Center Speed Daily Mods. Again, a staple down south. They call them Florida Mods for a reason. Typically down south, the rules packages, these are very, very similar to what's called a Pro All-Star Series Modified. You're only given so much tire, so the motor... the engine rules are opened up quite a bit because, well, you only have so much tire anyway. It's up to you to figure out how to hook it up to the racetrack. So very neat idea on how to go about the rules packages on these. Some radical body ideas as well, too. Pretty relaxed rules in that regard. But, again, up front, it has been all Milton Duran, who is a standout here at Lee USA Speedway. You typically see him behind the wheel of a Super Street or an R&R open street stock. Depending on what the schedule allows for. Jeremy Davis also one typically behind the wheel of his 09 Super Late model, which you'll see him race in the Pro All-Star Series from time to time, and also the proud business owner of Davis Chassis Works. So he and his lady Tasha Dyer provide their talents and expertise for a lot of their customer base to give them setup advice or fabrication things that they can build for customers, and certainly is playing back into his favor with all of that knowledge and experience behind the wheel. He now finds himself on the outside of row number 1. She starter Dave Tibbetts is going to give him the 1-to-go signal this time by, and in just 3/8 of a mile, they're going to get the green flag one more time again. Duran and Davis, your front row. And they are going to put on an absolute barn burner here for the Florida Mods. 0866K, again, no strangers to one another either. They certainly have raced against each other a handful of times. They know each other's tips and tricks, and they're now going to try and see if they can fool the other one here. Down through 3 at 4. Davis leans back just a little bit here. Tries to roll into the throttle. Dead even heat off on the corner. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
We are back underway. Milton Duran got the jump on Davis momentarily, but out of turn number 1. It is Davis gaining momentum out of... Looks like Davis has a better car on corner exit. Duran has him on corner entry. Here they come out of turn number 4. They stay dead even. Drag racing to the line. Milton Duran by just a nose leads over Davis that lap as they come out of turn number 2. Tyler Fiskus has a front row seat to this battle. Here comes Davis on the outside. He clears Milton Duran, your new race leader. For the second time this feature event will be the 66K of Jeremy Davis, but here comes Milton Duran.
Yeah, Jeremy Davis finally clear to the bottom, and he does just that. Gets it wrapped around the yellow line here, down through turns 1 and 2. 9 laps are going to remain, make it 8 laps this next time by. Lap traffic coming into play yet again as Davis now gets shuffled up into the third groove, giving the advantage back to Duran on the bottom.
Duran leads Davis by a nose that lap again, but here comes Tyler Fiskus now. Fiskus side by side with Davis. That is the battle for the second spot. Davis has the advantage by his nose as they dive it into turn number 3. Milton Duran has 2 cars right in his mirror, bumper to bumper. Side by side is Fiskus and Davis battling for that second spot. 7 laps to go at the line that time. They drag race down the backstretch. Here comes Davis again with the momentum carrying him into turn number 3. Side by side with Milton Duran. Coming out of turn number 4, Duran's going to have the advantage.
Yeah, an incredible gentleman-like racing between these 3 drivers here, giving each other plenty of room now as Jeremy Davis gets the run on the top side one more time. Seemingly the only driver that can make that second groove work. He's now going to get back up to the quarter panel of Milton Duran, but loses the drive up off Duran's going to beat him back to the line. 5 laps are going to remain in this one. Next time by, as now lap traffic yet again playing a factor here. One around in turns 1 and 2. The 10 car going through the grass and actually facing the wrong way on the racetrack. Yellow flag is out. We get an opportunity to catch our breath one more time. 5 laps to go for our Florida Daily Mods. Once we go green flag racing here yet again, 10 car going to get spun back around in the right direction, tag back onto the tail end of the field. But how about this, folks? Milton Duran, Jeremy Davis on an absolute slugfest here on the Sunday portion of Oktoberfest. And we got to ask you folks, who here thinks Milton Duran is going to pull it off? How many of you are in the Jeremy Davis corner? Well, it seems as though it's going to come down right to those 2 drivers there. Tyler Fiskus with the best seat in the house so far, getting to watch them just absolutely duke it out here for the race lead. A great division that we haven't seen here in Lee USA Speedway for quite some time. and now bringing their talents to the Lee USA Speedway Oktoberfest Sunday. Jeremy Davis, I talked about, has a win under his belt this season already at Oxford Plains Speedway during the Oxford 250 weekend for the past modified division there. Again, bringing his knowledge and talents behind the wheel of that 66 car, and he's going to see if he can pull it off yet again here at Lee. But Milton Duran, no stranger to victory lane, regardless of what he is driving. Multi-time winner this year, last year as well too in the Super Street division. We're gonna see a show here, folks. It's gonna be somehow we're going back 2 laps, so it's gonna be 7 laps remaining here, and their 20-lap main event. Top 2 have been dominant so far, Duran and Davis. Again, your front row. Davis going to lean back here just a little bit. He's going to try and romp on it, get the advantage on the top side here. Green flag is out, and we're back underway.
We are back racing with the Florida Daily Modifieds. Milton Duran with the jump on Davis. They're going into turn number 1. They stay side by side, drag racing down the backstretch. Here comes Davis again on corner exit, has the momentum. They are dead even into turn number 3. Out of turn number 4, Milton Duran gets a little sideways. It's going to be Milton Duran, though, leading that lap. Tyler Fiskus, though, again with a front row seat to this side-by-side battle between Milton Duran in the 08, Jeremy Davis in the 66K. Davis has the advantage going into turn number 3. Now, out of 4, it's going to be going racing to the line. It's going to be Jeremy Davis, I believe, by just inches that time by.
Yeah, they remain side by side here. Lap traffic coming up in the middle of the backstretch here. Davis with a big drive down the straightaway here. He's able to clear him, but he doesn't bring it down in front of the 08. He washes back up. Milton Duran with a big drive on the inside here. We are seeing something special here, folks, at Lee USA Speedway. Side by side. Jeremy Davis now. Huge drive down the backstretch. He clears him down through 3 and 4.
They're going to see the popsicles, or no, not 3 laps ago. I got a little ahead of myself. 3 laps ago at the line for Jeremy Davis and Milton Duran. Duran on the inside. Davis loves how his car is driving on the high lane. So Davis has the advantage. The 3rd time Davis has led in this feature event. Popsicle sticks out this time by. 2 more trips around for Jeremy Davis and Milton Duran. Tyler Fiskus really not able to make a pass on either Davis or Duran, but Fiskus staying steady in that 3rd spot, not really losing any ground on the top 2. They're going to see the white flag out this time by. 1 more trip around for the 66K of Davis, and here comes Duran again.
3/8 of a mile remain to settle the Florida Mod feature event. 20 laps started this one. We're down to half a lap. Side by side. Davis the outside. Duran to the bottom. Will they make contact? Davis washes up here. Duran with the drive up off. Checkered flag is out, and it's going to be
Milton Duran is my guess from just an eye perspective. I thought it was Milton Duran that got it.
Let's not get too hasty here. We're going to confirm with timing and scoring. And it looks as though Milton Duran did beat him to the line. Your feature winner will be Milton Duran in the 08, followed by Jeremy Davis by just that much. How about that, folks? Round of applause to Milton Duran.
All the girls stop your feet like this. Few times you've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that. Cause there ain't no holler back, girl. Ain't no holler back, girl. A few times I've been around that track, so it's not just gonna happen like that. Cause there ain't no holler back, girl. Ain't no holler back, girl. Talking shit and you didn't think that I would hear it. People hear you talking like that, getting everybody fired up. So I'm ready to attack, gonna lead the pack, gonna get a touchdown, gonna take you out. That's right, put your pom-poms down, getting everybody fired up.
And now we're gonna send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, he's climbing out of the car. He can hear you. Your race winner, Milton Duran. side by side there at the line. Clean racing, it looked like, from what I could see. Really entertaining. How were you able to park it down here in Victory Lane here at the USA Speedway?
To be completely honest with you, Jeremy's one of the best mentors I could have in racing. He's taught me so much. Man, I would never race something like this if it weren't for him and Natasha. I've wrecked this car twice. I've raced it twice, and they keep putting me in it. I have no idea why. But, yeah, it's just fun racing with him and everybody that makes it happen.
Champagne's popping from the car here, but like a really entertaining race, Milton. Who else do you have to thank for getting you down here in Victory Lane?
Yeah, so all of Davis Chassis Works, we all put so much work into these cars. My mom, my grandmother, and my grandfather, both a little sick, so I'm really happy that I got to get another one for them. Cam, he's done so much for me. Stone, I mean, we just have a small group, but we all click together and we work well.
Well, parking it down here in Victory Lane, the 08 of Milton Duran. Now back up to you guys in the booth.
Well, thank you, Jared. And how about that, folks? We are ever getting closer to our Granite State Pro Stock Series main event, but what a great way to have a preliminary event out of the Florida Mods. An absolute slugfest put forth by both Milton Duran and Jeremy Davis. And if it's any consolation at all to Jeremy Davis, he was only about a bumper from getting that one. But one more round of applause to Milton Duran in the 08. We're going to clean up Victory Lane and come right back to you with some pure stocks.
Living like a lover with a red iPhone. Looking like a tramp, like a video bam. Demolition woman, can I be your man? Wrestling and dancing and flashing little light. Television lover, baby, coordinate. Sometime, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little miss of innocent, sugar me, yeah.
Here come the Pure Stock / 4-cylinder feature event. And starting on the pole, the Plastow, New Hampshire native. That is car number 77. That is Billy Osborne. And starting to his outside, the North Billerica, Massachusetts native, car number 32. That is John Foltz. Starting on the inside of row number 2, a mighty truck, a Sanford, Maine native, truck number 0 of Chris Knox. Shayla Kirk will be on the outside of row number 2. Matt Main's truck number 88, the Kennebuck, Maine native, will be in the inside of row number 3. Chris Quinn, the Hudson, New Hampshire native, will be on the outside of in car number 76. Colton Hull, the Windsor, Vermont native, in car number 51. Jamie Heath, the heat race winner from earlier on in heat race number 1, Waterford, Maine, will be in car number 91. Carter Conroy, the 78 junior, the Newport, New Hampshire native, the inside of row number 5. Matthew Hurdo to his outside, the Newmarket, New Hampshire native. Row number 6 will bring us truck number 22, the Springfield, Maine native of Alyssa Latorno, and Ryan Turcott will be in truck number 30. And Nicholas Woodside in the 05 truck of Austin Keelty, the Springvale, Maine native, will be in truck number 05, and that'll be your 14 truck / car lineup for the Pure Stock / 4-cylinder feature event. 20 laps the distance. Gonna go green next time by. Billy Osborne will be your control car. The heat racing was a good one in this one, and this beach event sure is to be a good one. They crossed the white line. Green, double green flags in the air. We are racing with the Pure Stock / 4 cylinders. A great jump by the 77 of Billy Osborne. He makes quick work of John Foltz in the 32 out of turn number 1. Almost 3 wide. They are 3 wide. It's Hull, Main, and Heath. In the middle of the pack going into turn number 3. A little bit of contact between Hull and Mains. Mains able to keep it straight as Mains able to get past Heath for that spot, but here comes Jimmy Heath going to try to crossover move on Matt Mains. Diving into turn number 1, Heath gets a little loose, able to keep it straight though. But meanwhile, here comes Colton Hull, making quick work of the field, started about middle of the pack, and is now battling side by side with Chris Knox to round out your top 5 so far. Here on lap 2, Colton Hull has a slight advantage.
Colton Hull in that 51 machine was fast in his heat race and is showing just why that was now in feature racing competition. Already up into the top 5 spot, getting around Star Speedway mini truck champion Chris Knox in the 0, as now the race leader Billy Osborne in the 77 has kind of checked out just a little bit. 3 laps into this one so far. 17 remain to end their 2025 season here at Lee USA Speedway for the 4 cylinders now, as the 76 gets to the inside of the 32 for 3rd.
Chris Quinn now gonna clear Foltz for that 3rd spot. Colton Hull gonna try to go with him. Hull and Quinn are bumper to bumper. Hull gets the advantage as they dive into turn number 1, as the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are all under a blanket with the 7th spot of Matt Mains. They are bumper to bumper, as meanwhile Billy Osborne and Shayla Kirk almost in a world of their own. But that 76 of Chris Quinn is always fast, no matter what track he races that Pure Stock in. He's gonna try to chase down your top 2, as Chris Knox gonna go right to the back bumper of that 32 of John Foltz as they exit turn number 2. The 88 Mighty Truck of Matt Mains looking on, diving it into turn number 3. Knox gonna try the inside on Foltz, not able to fit it into the hole there.
Nice. Billy Osborne up front in the 77. He has a pretty healthy advantage over the 71 car there. Another healthy advantage back to the 3rd place driver, Chris Quinn, in the 76. Laps are clicking off here pretty quickly. 13 laps remain for Billy Osborne up front, who has dominated the early stages of this one. On the right side of your screen, you do see why this is called the 4-cylinder race, because we have pickup trucks out there as well too. Matthew Mains and Chris Knox now gonna get the crossover move on the 0. That's gonna be for, I believe, the 6th spot.
Matt Mains and Chris Knox make contact. Around goes Chris Knox off the bumper of the 88 Mighty Truck of Matt Mains. That'll bring out the caution, and Chris Knox and Matt Mains come together to start Mighty Truck competitors. Chris Knox, the 0, the 2025 Mighty Truck track champion at the Star Speedway, just down the road, about 5 minutes down the road. Chris Knox, this year's track champion in the Mighty Trucks.
And we're going to have a replay over here on racedaytv.com. You see Matthew Mains just getting into the left rear quarter panel of Chris Knox in the 0, who luckily didn't get that thing flipped over, got the wheel pointed back straight and rolled it back onto the grass there. But Chris Knox now going to get the 0 machine fired back up, tag back onto the tail end of the field here, and we are gearing up for 13 more laps around for the 4-cylinder Pure Stocks here before we get ready for our $5,000 main event, the Granite State Pro Stock Series 125 lapper here to cap off their 2025 season, where it seems as though the 29 of Cole Roby is just going to have to take the green flag to be their champion for this year, and an incredible accomplishment out of the driver from Windham, Maine. Now just has to see green flag, and he's going to be considered a champion for the rest of his life. But right now, you're going to want to be a winner at Oktoberfest, and that's what Billy Osborne has to right on his plate here in front of him. Shayla Kirk also has an opportunity to take that away from him now, as we're going to get him crossed up this time by give the 1-to-go signal, and we're going to go green flag racing here in about 3/8 of a mile.
The top 5 are all contained by Pure Stocks. Matt Main, the only Mighty Truck there, he's going to be just outside the top 5 on the outside of row number 3. Going to be right next to the outside of John Foltz, that 32 machine. Going to go green next time by Chris Quinn, has moved his way up. As always, he's always quick. Looks like he got a quick car here this weekend. Practiced on Friday. He was actually, I talked to him on Friday. He said, can we just race both days? He was excited to get it back out here and try out a new track to him at the Lee USA Speedway. And he's going to be restarting on the inside of row number 2 here in that 3rd spot.
Still a good gaggle of race cars out onto the racetrack right now. Billy Osborne leads him down through 3 and 4. Shayla Kirk, however, is going to try and lean back just a little bit here. Romps on the gas. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts looks him over. Green flag is out, and we're back racing.
We are back racing in our 4-cylinder feature event, as here comes Jamie Heath, going to try to makes a little bit of contact as he door slams the 88 of Matt Maines. Heath looks like he has a little bit of mechanical issues as he stopped in turn number 2 now. Jamie Heath was our heat race winner from number 1. He's able to get it fired back underway. We stay green momentarily, but it's going to be Billy Osborne coming around to lead that lap. As Jamie Heath continues to be slow on the backstretch, the field going to catch up to him. It's Shayla Kirk second, Chris Quinn third, Colton Hull fourth, and John Foltz in the 32 will be rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, Jamie Heath of the 91 there, going to keep it high there out of the race leader's way. Green flag remains on the racetrack here, rapidly approaching halfway. We have 11 laps to go. It's going to be 10 next time around. That will be the halfway mark. Shayla Kirk now with a big drive down the backstretch, getting within about a length of Billy Osborne in the 77. Those two cars now have broken away from the field. Shayla Kirk having something to say here in the later stages of this one.
Shayla Kirk tried the crossover move on Billy Osborne, got a little loose on the corner entry of turn number 1. Not able to make anything going. As the issues on the 18 of Matthew Hurdo. Looks like he is slow going into turn number 1. He's going to have to limit around the track. But meanwhile, side-by-side battle for the number 1 spot. Here comes Shayla Kirk. Kirk's going to lead that lap. Your new race leader is going to be that 71 machine. A Hudson Speedway regular in the pure stocks. The 71 of Shayla Kirk. But here comes Billy Osborne in car number 77. Looks like he's losing a little bit of ground there as Kirk enters turn number 3. Here comes Chris Quinn now. Going to go right to the back bumper of Colton Hull in that yellow 51 machine. As Billy Osborne now smoking trouble for that 77 of Billy Osborne. The 77
car was starting to lay down there. You see smoke pluming out of the back of that. And I think we're going to have oil all the way around this racetrack here as that 77 just absolutely grenaded down the front stretch here. So potential very lengthy cleanup as now Shayla Kirk, your new race leader in the 71 car. 8 laps are going to remain in this one. And now everything has changed because Billy Osborne had complete control of this from the get-go and now finds himself pit side, probably going to end up watching the rest of this one from the fence. So now Shayla Kirk finding herself in that Skeeter Bierce looking ride up front here and in sole possession of the race lead, and a good way to command the restart here where you have complete control as the race leader there. Typically you're going to take the inside lane at Lee USA Speedway, and once you hit that restart area, that's in between turns 3 and 4. It starts at that white line that you see there, ends at the yellow line, and then once they the leaders approach that area, the leader has the option to fire off anywhere in that box there. And there are some games to be played. There are some head games that you can play with the person next to you. You can try and get them to jump a little bit, or you can get them maybe caught off guard and get a good advantage going into turn 1 here. So that's all going to be things that are going through the mind of Shayla Kirk in the 71 and Colton Hull in the 51. As now track workers out onto the racetrack here assessing the situation after the blow-up of the number 77 car.
Unfortunate luck for the 77 of Billy Osborne. Out of control of this race until he grenaded. That's going to allow the 71 of Shayla Kirk, a feature winner in the pure stocks this year at the Hudson Speedway, the original family fun track. Another one of our sister tracks, Fairmont, Lee, and Hudson, all part of the Brzezowski Properties tracks. Shayla Kirk going to be restarting in that number 1 spot. Colton Hull gets the 2nd spot. Chris Quinn 3rd. Matt Maines in the Mighty Truck will be in the 4th spot. John Foltz will be your top 5. And just outside the top 5 looking in will be that 30 truck of Ryan Turcott.
And it looks like track is actually all clear. We're going to cross them up this time by Shayla Kirk. Colton Hull, your front row here. 71-51, your front row. As, again, Shayla Kirk now going to have control of the restart, and you're going to see something potentially what they've come up with here once they hit the restart area. That 71 car is able to fire first and has to beat them back to the start-finish line here once the green flag is waved. So, again, leader's advantage in that particular scenario. 8 laps remaining in our 4-cylinder pure stock division here. Do not count out Matthew Maines in that number 88 truck either. He, I believe, won the feature event for the Mighty Trucks here at Oktoberfest a year ago when they had their own race. But now the green flag is out. We're back underway as Colton Hull is going to have a little bit of an advantage on the top side here. Gets right up to the fender. They're going to drag race it down the backstretch.
Drag racing down the backstretch. Hull on the high side. Kirk on the inside. They dive into turn number 3. Smoking the tires is Colton Hull. Kirk clears Hull now. for that number 1 spot. Here comes Chris Quinn though. Chris Quinn trying to chase down Colton Hull now. Matt Maines in the 88. Slowly losing the grasp of the 76 of Quinn. But Matt Maines holding steady in that 4 spot. Battle on the Mighty Trucks though for that 6 spot. It is Chris Knox and Ryan Turcotte.
Yeah, top 3 there, kind of in their own little world, specifically the 76. Shayla Kirk up front, commanding the race lead in that number 71 car, fending off Colton Hull in the 51, who had a brief run there up to the rear bumper, but now Shayla Kirk has the big drive off the corner now. Going to come down through turns 3 and 4 and get 5 laps to go this time by for the 71.
5 more trips around the Lee USA Speedway for that 71 machine of Shayla Kirk. Colton Hull has 7/10 of a second to make up on Shayla Kirk, but here comes Chris Quinn. Chris Quinn right to the back bumper of Hull in that white or the yellow 51 machine out of turn number 4. Quinn gonna try the high side out of turn number 4, not able to make it work as Hull blocks the move as they dive into turn number 3. Quinn is breathing down the neck of Colton Hull in that car number 51 as they drag race down the backstretch. Kirk opens up the advantage even more on Colton Hull in the 51. It was a 1.1 second that time by as they come out of turn number 4. The difference now will be 1.5 seconds from Shayla Kirk on back to Colton Hull in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, Shayla Kirk on cruise control here up front as the 51 now comes back to the hood pins of the 76 of Chris Quinn. Quinn now going to get sideways down through turns 3 and 4, gathers it back up, and here comes Matthew Maines to try and capitalize on 3rd. Down into turns 1 and 2, Shayla Kirk continuing to dominate this one. Stretching the legs out up to a 1.7 second lead, approaching 2 seconds here. White flag is out. One more time around for Shayla Kirk in the 71.
One more trip around for Shayla Kirk. It's a tight battle from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Colton Hull holding steady, trying to hold off Chris Quinn and the hard-charging 88 of Matt Maines. They are bumper to bumper, put him under a blanket from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. But it's going to be Shayla Kirk coming out of turn number 4. Double checkered flag in the air. Shayla Kirk, your winner. And coming out of turn number 4, side by side for the 3rd spot, it's going to be Chris Quinn over Matt Maines, while Colton Hull gets the 2nd spot. Chris Knox battles back from the early race spin. Is going to round out your top 5.
And just like that, folks, that caps off the 4-cylinder pure stocks here at Lee USA Speedway for Russ Conway's Oktoberfest on Sunday. But one more round of applause for the 71 of Shayla Kirk.
Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions.
Now we're going to send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
Down here in victory lane with this beautiful 71 machine, posing with the checkered flag, hopping out of the car, your race winner, Shayla Kirk. What a drive you put on here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Bringing it here, parking it in victory lane. How does it feel to come on home with the victory?
Well, I'm fucking shaking. That's all I'm going to say. I've never been more excited in my whole life. I was just driving the shit out of this thing, just trying to hold on to it. I don't even know what to say. I can't believe I'm up here right now. I was really hoping I would be, but I'm just surprised. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, you certainly did drive the wheels off of this 71 machine. Who do you have to thank for bringing you down here in the victory lane?
My dad and Skeeter. They've done so much to this car, and we actually we have a mini stock that we're going to try and raffle off. Same color scheme and number as this. It's a good build if you want to get into mini stocks, and hopefully with that we can try and build a Ridge Runner for next year.
Well, again, parking it here in victory lane, your race winner, Shayla Kirk. Now back to you guys up there in the booth.
Well, thank you, Jared. And now it is the time we have all been waiting for. One more round of applause for Shayla Kirk, your 4-cylinder pure stock winner, as I now have the distinct pleasure to hand the reins back over to the voice of the Grand Estate Pro Stock Series, the one and only Marco Thomas.
All right, thank you, Charlie, and it's always wonderful to be here at Lee USA Speedway. Today we wrap up the 2025 season for the Granite State Pro Stock Series. Cole Roby, the 17-year-old rookie, is about to put the wraps on a championship season in the Roby Construction car number 29. If he makes it to the green flag, he's gonna be the king. It'll be 125 green flag laps. $5,000 to win to wrap up Russ Conway's Oktoberfest here at Lee USA Speedway. The Granite State Pro Stock Series coming off a spectacular $10,000 to win show won by a local Quebec driver, Alexander Tardif, for last weekend at Autodrome Chaudier. That makes us an international series, and we're going back to Canada next year. All right, they're ready to fire up the Granite State Pro Stocks on the infield pit roll. We'll be rolling momentarily. As we mentioned, after qualifying, the fastest qualifier drew a pill between 1 and 6 to determine the invert. That pole sitter, Jeremy Sorrell, drew number 3. He'll start third. And that puts Connor McDougall on the pole. Car number 8, Connor McDougall from Somersworth, the COB Heavy Equipment Elevate Designs car, starts from position number 1. Sharing the front row, car number 7, the Shalou Performance. Wicked Power Sports car from Stafford Springs, Connecticut, Corey Casagrande. The JSP Customs Bill's Repair car number 7 from Westfield, Mass. Starts third, Jeremy Sorrell. At the wheel of the black number 7. Behind him, the 73D, one of the 2 Pettit Motorsports cars in the field today. That's Joey Dwyron from Berwick, the JBJ Machine Weirs, Norm's Used Cars machine. 5th starting position goes to the 00 from down the road in Candia, the R&R Renfrew Motorsports car, Jimmy Renfrew Jr. Outside of the 3rd row, car number 7G, the one with the green stripes. Up near the windshield, Ryan Green from Berwick in another Pettit Motorsports machine. Car number 5, the Brookside Equipment Falcone Energy car from Orange, Mass. It's TC3, Tom Carey III. 8th goes to the 29, our current points leader and soon-to-be champion, Cole Roby in the GT Overhead Door Roby Contracting, number 29. Car number 12, he's a recent Granite State Pro Stock Series winner, the Allen Berry Race Cars machine, Corey Bubar from Windham, Maine. The Bellboys Trucking, number 8, Angelo Belcito from Auburn, Massachusetts. Car number 17 needs no introduction here at Lee USA Speedway, the Outlaw. Out of Rowley, Massachusetts, his family used to join. It's Eddie McDonald, the Outlaw. Last year's points runner-up and probably this year's points runner-up in the 56, Evan Bolia from Durham, the Hancock Lumber car. The 90 is Casey Call from Pembroke. He's the reigning champion. The 82, Bobby Balagian from Kingston. The 40 is Mike Mitchell from Cumberland, Rhode Island. The 32, Alex Quarterly from Westfield, Mass. Give them a wave as they get by. They'll wave back to you. Let them know that you appreciate the show. Come on up in the beer garden up there. Give them a wave as they come by. The back three rows consist of Dave Farrington Jr., the Norms Used Cars 23. The Ciotti Racing, number 09, Frankie Eldridge from Stratham. The 97, Joey Pohl Jr. from Hudson, the Pohl's Automotive Machine. The 81, Dan Winter, the Window World car. And at the back, the Duck got the Club 7 for Cam Curtis of Baltimore, Vermont. 125 laps were underway. Granite State Pro Stocks wrapping up their 2025 season, and the front five are out and running out front early. Yeah, trip over your tongue, Marco, as they go door to door in front of the field. Connor McDougall on the rail in car number 8, battling the 7, Corey Casagrande. Captain Corey from the outside takes the early lead. Casagrande in front. Joey Dwyron goes to work in the outside groove. The 73D from the Pettit stable gets by Connor McDougall into second position. Oh yeah, the Norms Used Cars. Number 73 already chasing down leader Corey Casagrande. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. had a run down low that took third spot away from Connor McDougall. Dwyron's looking on the low side of your race leader Corey Casagrande. Good battle up front. Jeremy Sorrell, the fastest man in qualifying, holding down the 5th position, but he's got his mirror full of Ryan Green. Cole Roby, the points leader, running where he started, position number 8 with car 29. The front two on a pull away from third place, Jimmy Renfrew Jr. Corey Casagrande sets the pace. Here comes Dwyron to the outside in turns 3 and 4. He drives around the Connecticut racer. Dwyron in command, looking stout. Joey Dwyron to the front. Joey Dwyron, your new leader in the Granite State Pro Stock 125. Second belongs to Corey Casagrande, the captain, in another car number 7. Third is the 00, Jimmy Renfrew Jr. from down the road in Candia. Car number 8, the Pro Stock rookie, Connor McDougall in 4th position. Jeremy Sorrell, the fastest qualifier, still in the top 5 with the black number 7. Sorrell's got Ryan Green on his rear bumper. Well, kind of. TC3 battling Eddie McDonald for 7th position. Lap number 20 going up on the scoreboard for your race leader, Joey Dwyron. Dwyron's got the Norms used cars, number 73, Hamann. A couple seconds behind your race leader, Corey Casagrande. He set the pace for a while. Renfrew, McDougall, and Sorrell, your top 5. Ryan Green. In position at number 6, those 7 cars occupying most of the top spots. "25 laps have been completed, 100 laps remain in our Granite State Pro Stock Series main event. Fifth, 6th, and 7th, a competitive little spot on the racetrack. Eddie McDonald making a move underneath Ryan Green in turn 4. McDonald coming alive in the mid portion of this event. Renfrew making a bid for 2nd position underneath Casagrande. The 00 takes over 2nd position. Renfrew almost 3 seconds behind your race leader. Thought he had to make a move, and he is looking strong. Can he chase down your race leader, Joey Dwyron? Dwyron may be a couple of laps from dealing with slower traffic. 30 laps have been completed, make it 31:94. Laps are left in the Granite State Pro Stock Series main event. Joey Dwyron continues to lead the 73D from the Pettit Motorsports stable. Brought to you by JBJ Machine, Norms Used Cars, Weir's Motors, and many other fine sponsors. Jimmy Renfrew Jr., the best of the rest right now as Dwyron starts lapping slower traffic. Renfrew in second with a 00. Then Casa Grande, car number 7. Connor McDougall fourth. In the 8, Eddie McDonald now holding down 5th spot, car number 17. Jeremy Sorrell 6th. Ryan Green 7th. Tom Carey 8th. As the caution flag waves, Dan Winters around in turn number 2. Caution slows the field just as your leaders were about to deal with a thick group of lap traffic. Caution for Dan Winter. 34 laps have been completed in our 125 lap, $5,000 to win Granite State Pro Stock Series main event. 91 laps are left. Joey Dwyron is your leader. Dwyron had a decent advantage. Three and a half seconds on the lap prior to the caution coming out. That's all gone now. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. will be alongside your race leader on the restart. Row number 2 will find the captain, Corey Casagrande, in the 7. Sharing that second row with the rookie, Connor McDougall, the COB Heavy Equipment number 8. Eddie McDonald, now 5th in the 17, 6th. The 7, Jeremy Sorrell, he was our fastest qualifier. Redrew 3rd starting position. 7th is another car number 7. That's the one driven by Ryan Green today. Tom Carey the 3rd, 8th in car number 5. 9th is the 29, Cole Roby. We'll be talking to Cole even if he doesn't get a top 3 finish, because he's our champion. Mike Mitchell in the 40, Joey Pohl Jr. the 97, Evan Bollia the 56, Frankie Eldridge the 09, Bobby Balagian, Dan Winter, Corey Bubar, Casey Call, Dave Farrington, Cam Curtis coming out of the pit area, Alex Quarterly, he'll be at the back of the restart lineup along with Angelo Belcito. 34 laps have been completed, 91 laps are left. We're looking for green and back underway. Renfrew on the outside, hanging tough with the race leader, Joey Dwyron. Dwyron with a slight advantage. And he'll lead lap 35. Jimmy's trying the crossover. These two have met on this racetrack this year. You may recall it didn't end well. Probably for either one of them. Hopefully they'll both have a better outcome this time as Dwyron hangs on to the lead. Joey Dwyron in front. Jimmy Renfrew close behind. Connor McDougall reclaims 3rd position with car number 8. Jeremy Sorrell up a couple of spots after the restart. He's 4th in car number 7. Yeah, Dwyron's looking strong. That 3.5 second lead before the caution was no fluke, says Joey, as he's got the hammer down. He's pulling away again in front of the Granite State Pro Stock Series field. 40 laps have been completed. Dwyron just about a full second in front. Connor McDougall keeping it close in the battle for second. Two 7 cars at the back of the top 5. The black one with the white is Casa Grande. The black one with the red. No, the black one with the white is Sorrell, and the black one with the red is Casa Grande. Casa Grande giving up a position to the 17, Eddie McDonald, who's back in the top 5 after slipping a bit on the restart. Corey says hello to Eddie, but Eddie's pulling away. Laps remain for Joey Dwyron and the rest of the Granite State Pro Stock field. Caution, we've got trouble in turn 3. Dave Farrington driving away, Dan Winter driving away. Bobby Balagian trying to drive away in car number 82, but Casey Call is climbing from aboard. Car number 90, and our reigning champion certainly isn't ending his season the way he'd like. Last year's champion, celebrating on the front stretch last year. This year, not so much. Casey Call in the wall. 45 laps have been completed. Well, a brief look at a replay shows it definitely started well in front of the 90. He just was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Pit road, a very busy place. "45 laps have been completed. 80 laps remain in the Granite State Pro Stock Series main event. $5 grand to win. We always mention Joey Dwyron's the man to beat when there's 5 figures on the line. Maybe 5 grand's enough. Big money means big performances, from our current race leader today being no exception. They're working away on the championship mount of Cole Roby in the infield, along with several other Granite State Pro Stock Series competitors. Pit road, a very busy spot. All right, safety crews have Casey Call's number 90 on the hook. Yeah, give him a hand when he goes by the beer garden. All right, 45 complete, 80 to go. Joey Dwyron leads in the 73D that may look like a 7. Behind him, the 00, Jimmy Renfrew Jr., second. Car number 8, Connor McDougall, holding down third spot in front of Jeremy Sorrell's number 7. That's the black and white one. Fifth is the 17, Eddie McDonald. Corey Casagrande is sixth. He's in predominantly black with red number 7. Then there's a predominantly red with black number 7 that's got green stripes. That's Ryan Green. Mike Mitchell's 8th in the 40. Tom Carey the 3rd, 9th in car number 5. Joey Pohl Jr. now 10th with car number 97. Dwyron and Renfrew sharing the front row. 45 laps complete, 80 to go. Looking for green, and Brian lets him go. And Jimmy Renfrew has a slight advantage on the outside. Dwyron fighting back down low. Pretty good battle in front of the field. Renfrew trying to get clear of Dwyron. Right now he's there, Jimmy Renfrew Jr., your new leader. Dwyron tries the outside. Connor McDougall's got the best seat in the house as they go at it for the lead. Sorrell runs fourth. Casagrande giving it a go against McDonald for position number 5. All right, Dwyron's got the nose underneath your race leader off turn 2. We've got a war. Renfrew the 00 trying to hold off Joey Dwyron. "50 laps have been completed, 75 remain. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. is up front. Dwyron looking for room. He's got patience, he's got pride, he's got talent, and probably the winning hand. But when will he play it? Great battle for the lead. Good battle for fourth between, we've got Connor McDougall, the rookie. The COB Heavy Equipment number 8. Always a pretty car. And Dwyron's gonna try again on the inside. 70 laps remain, and it's a good one up in front. Dwyron slipping up on the inside. Renfrew powers down the backstretch into turn number 3 with an advantage. Renfrew can't hang on in turn 4. Dwyron leads lap 56. Renfrew changing lanes. Diving down into turn number 3 underneath the 7 of Dwyron. Lots of contact. Oh, yeah. Brian shaking the flag at our front runners. Cautions on the field. We got trouble in turn 4. They're taking the gloves off up front. It's pretty entertaining from my perspective, but I don't have to pay bills. Yeah, on the replay, it looks like Corey had a little help going around. All right, Corey Casagrande to pit road after he got turned around, bringing out this caution. 56 laps are complete. 69 laps remain. $5,000 to the winner. You know, last completed lap and all that stuff. This is how they'll line up. Joey Dwyron, the 73, leads the 00. Jimmy Renfrew, the 8. Connor McDougall, 3rd. The 17, Eddie McDonald, 4th. Then Jeremy Sorrell, the black and white number 7. Joey Pole keeps gaining ground. Slowly, but he keeps gaining ground. He's 6th. 7th is Ryan Green in one of the many car number 7s. Then in 8th, TC3, Tom Carey, the 3rd, car number 5. 9th, we think, is Dave Farrington in the 23. And then Alex Quarterly, car number 32. $69 laps are left, and Jimmy Renfrew Jr., I promise, will make things interesting as he tries to take the lead away from Joey Dwyron. Field gets the commander crossover. Double file restart formation. Brian Callen's filling in on the flag stand right now. Our guy Bobby is on the mend. Yeah, that's what they like to say. Brian's a race director here at Lee usually. He's got about 100 years of flagging experience though, so when Mike Parks needed help, Brian was there. All right, 69 laps are left. Safety crews are just about ready to turn the track over to Dwyer's on the inside, Renfrew in the high groove. Look at Eddie Mack. Pretty close to the front in the 17. Don't count him out. Jeremy Sorrell, the fastest qualifier. He's in row number 2. Joey Pole, Ryan Green, Tom Carey the 3rd, Dave Farrington. Hey, lots of talent up front. Green flag. Up in front, Jimmy Renfrew Jr. gets the jump from the outside. The 00 in front once again. Dwyron settles into 2nd for now. Eddie McDonald on the inside, racing wheel to wheel versus Jeremy Sorrell. Joey Pole is in the top 5 with the 97. Renfrew's leading, but not by much. Dwyron keeping pace. Lap 60 going up on the scoreboard this time by. Renfrew leads Dwyeren. Can McDonald close the gap and make it a 3-car battle in front of the field? Sorrell and Pole in the top 5, but starting to lose touch with the other front runners. Cautions waving again. Mike Mitchell in trouble on the front stretch. Mitchell gets it rolling. But we're darn close to halfway through this one, and the caution's waving again. Granite State Pro Stocks wrapping up their season. Cole Roby's going to be crowned champion, you know, kind of, sort of after the race, but we'll have a banquet and make it official, maybe. Usually we'd be here plugging our next appearance, but the 2026 schedule hasn't been completed just yet. All right, 63 laps are left in the Granite State Pro Stock Series 125. $5 grand to win on the line. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. leading. In the 00 behind him, the 73D, something like that. That's Joey Dwyeren. Joey in the Norms Used Cars, Pettit Motorsports, number 73. Eddie McDonald third in car 17, fourth, the 7 Jeremy Sorrell in fifth. Joey Pole Jr., the 97, sixth, Ryan Green in, you know, the car that looks like Dwyren's, another number 7. The 23 is Dave Farrington, he's sixth, seventh. Frankie Eldridge, 7th. Alex Quarterly, Cole Roby, and Evan Bolia, your top 10. Highly unofficially, halfway through. Yeah, Brian's going to give him the halfway indicator and then give him the green. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. on the outside, electing the top groove. Joey Dwyeren down low. Who's it going to be as the green flag flies once again? Renfrew makes it through 1 and 2. Almost clears Dwyeren in turn 3. They are halfway. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. out in front. Joey Dwyeren digging hard down low, trying to take that top spot away. Eddie McDonald, 17, close enough to make things interesting. Behind him, Jeremy Sorrell, the 7. Hey, Ryan Green is back in the top 5, and he's turned a lap or two here. He knows how to get the job done late in the race. Joey Pole, Frankie Eldridge, Dave Farrington, Alex Quarterly with top 10 runs going. Renfrew actually pulling away slightly from Dwyron in the 73. Eddie Mack having trouble keeping pace with the front two of the 17. Ryan Green still fifth. All right, Dwyron is still right on the rear bumper of race leader Jimmy Renfrew Jr. The 00 continues to lead, but Dwyron is not gonna let him get out of his sight. The front two pulling away from Eddie McDonald and the rest of the Granite State Pro Stock Series field. McDonald holding down third in front of the 7, Jeremy Sorrell. Another 7 driven by Ryan Green, and the 97, Joey Pohl Jr. At the line, 50 laps are left in the Granite State Pro Stock Series season. 50 to go. Dwyron keeping it close to race leader Jimmy Renfrew Jr. McDonald, Sorrell, and Green still making up the back half of the top 5. All right, Dwyron looks ready to turn up the wick. Dwyron takes a peek to the outside of the leader. Renfrew fills the groove. This time by lap 80 is complete. 45 laps are left in the Granite State Pro Stock Series main event. Dwyron now up to challenge the race leader again. He's got the nose underneath the 00 in turn number 3. Up on the inside comes Dwyron. Renfrew battling back from the outside groove, still with the advantage. Dwyron in turn 4, inches in front momentarily. Renfrew fights back, leads that lap at the line. They're dead even down the backstretch. Great battle for the lead. Dwyron inside, Renfrew working the outside groove. Great battle in front of the field. Dwyron now inches in front. Renfrew fighting back on the outside, has to fall in line behind Dwyron. 40 laps are left, 40 laps to go. Joey Dwyron now pulling away from Jimmy Renfrew Jr. in the 00. about 3/4 of a second in front of the 00. Renfrew all alone in second spot. He's almost a full straightaway ahead of third place Eddie McDonald in the 17. In fourth, it's the 7, Jeremy Sorrell, then another number 7, Ryan Green at the wheel of the Dwyron team car out of the Pettit Motorsports stable. Sixth is Joey Pohl Jr. in the 97. Seventh, the 23, Dave Farrington Jr. Frankie Eldridge, Alex Quarterly, and Cole Roby unofficially a top 10. 35 laps are left as lap traffic becomes a factor for your race leader. Dave Farrington picks up a spot. He's up to 6th in the 23. Dwyron stretching his advantage after patiently awaiting his opportunity to reclaim the lead. Dwyron now about 2 seconds in front of second place Jimmy Renfrew Jr. in the 00. Eddie McDonald is third in the 17, but he's got Jeremy Sorrell looking for a way by his Grimm construction machine. Ryan Green still in the 5th spot, 30 laps from the end of the Granite State Pro Stock Series race and season. Joey Dwyron, the JBJ machine, Pettit Motorsports, Weir's Motors, Norm's Used Cars sponsored machine. He's working his way through lap traffic as he continues to build his lead, now 2 3/4 seconds, or about a full straightaway. In front of the 00, Jimmy Renfrew Jr. Renfrew holds a similar advantage over the third place car. That's the 17, Eddie McDonald. Fourth is the black 7, Jeremy Sorrell, followed by the red and black 7, Ryan Green. Feeling pressure from Dave Farrington Jr. in car 23. 25 laps are left. 100 laps have been completed, 25 remain. Make it 24 for Dwyron. Joey Dwyron working his way through lap traffic, and it may be smooth sailing for the final 20 laps or so, as the cars he has left to lap are of the non-hazardous variety. Dwyron in front by about 4 seconds over Jimmy Renfrew Jr. Eddie McDonald third. Eddie's about 4 or 5 car lengths better than Jeremy Sorrell and Ryan Green, who are kind of sort of nose to tail behind him. Less than 20 laps remain for Joey Dwyron. Pro Stocks wrapping up their 2025 season here at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest at Lee USA Speedway. Joey Dwyron continues to pull away. He had his hands full over the first half of this event, battling mostly with Jimmy Renfrew Jr., who still runs in second spot, but he's now about 5 seconds behind the race leader in the 00. Jimmy, however, is well in front of third place Eddie McDonald, car number 17. We've got 15 laps left. In the Granite State Pro Stock Series 125. Joey Dwyron in the 73. Always a contender. Oh, look out. Angelo Belcito's around on the front stretch. Belcito spinning car number 8. About a dozen laps before the checkered flag is scheduled to fall. Well, Joey Dwyron had about a 5-second advantage in front of the field, and all race long, the 00 has been stout on the short runs. Can he become a contender once again? Dwyron leads it into 73. The 5-second advantage has disappeared. Jimmy Renfrew Jr. is right there again in the 00. Eddie McDonald close behind as well. Car number 17, the black and white 7, Jeremy Sorrell in 4th. And then the Dwyron team car out of the Pettit Motorsports stable with Ryan Green aboard today runs in the 5th position. The 23 Dave Farrington, the 97 Joey Pohl, the 09 Frankie Eldridge, the 32 Alex Quarterly, Cole Roby, the 29, the 7 Corey Casagrande. That's kind of sort of the top 10 or 11. Corey Bubar, car number 12. Man, was he fast last time we were here. Evan Bollier, the 56. 13 laps are left in the Granite State Pro Stock Series 125. Thank you to everyone who joined us for the Granite State Pro Stock Series today, and extra special thanks if you've been with us for most of our shows or all of them this year. We're planning a bigger and better 2026, but plans are to be announced. All right, field is set and crossed over. We got a baker's dozen laps to settle this one. Renfrew's on the inside this time. Dwyron elects the top groove. McDonald and Sorrell in row number 2. They are looking for the green flag. They've got it. We're back underway. Oh, contact in turn number 1. Dwyron finds the rail in turn 3. Joey Dwyron, still your leader. Oh, Dwyron slipping and sliding in turn number 1. Renfrew's got to run. Oh, muscling his way underneath the 73. Yeah, less than a dozen laps to go. Eddie Mack chomping at the bit right there with the 2 front runners now. The 17's coming alive. Eddie's got to run down low underneath Renfrew. There, wheel to wheel, diving into turn number 3. Dwyron's in front, but it's Eddie McDonald now running second. Can the 17 chase down the 73? Jeremy Sorrell wants a podium, and Dave Farrington's no slouch either. Great battle for third. Dwyron and McDonald up front. Renfrew's got company in the battle for the final trophy. They're gonna have 5 laps to go when they get to the line. It's still a war for third position. Four to go at the line for Dwyron. He's comfortably in front now. Eddie Mack all alone running second. Renfrew's third, but he's got company. 3 laps to go. Two to go for your leader. Joey Dwyron, Eddie Mack second. Sorrell can't get close enough to make a run for third. Here's the white flag, 1 to go. Joey Dwyron in command as the checkered flags drop. Dwyron wins it in the 73. Second goes to Eddie McDonald, car number 17. Third, Jimmy Renfrew, the 00. Then the 7, Jeremy Sorrell, 4th. 5th, the 23, Dave Farrington. Joey Pohl ends up in 6th. Ryan Green, Frankie Eldridge. I think Corey Casagrande and Alex Quarterly in the top 10.
Check.
Yeehaw! Joey. That was embarrassing. All right, he's parking it in Victory Lane, the Norm's Used Cars, Pettit Motorsports. Mixed Sports Bar, JBJ Machine. Number 73D. He's out of the car. Give him a round of applause. He can hear it. Joey Dwyer wins. Yes, indeed. Again, a very entertaining show to watch, and you and Renfrew got something going here.
Yeah, Jimmy was really good tonight. I didn't think I had the best car tonight. Came to us in the race a little bit, but had enough there at the end. Didn't really need that yellow when the 8 spun, but had enough to hang on. Can't thank my whole crew. It's been a heck of a year. It's the 6th win on the year, and just thank Peter Pettit, my parents, my wife, my kids, Weir's Motor Sales, Norm's Used Cars, Ernest Performance, Dale Shaw Race Cars, Henderson Concrete, and everybody here at Lee and Granite State, and Mike Parks and Ben, and I love racing here at Lee.
I always mention that, when the big money's on the line, lately you've been the guy to beat. And, 5, maybe that's not that big here. It's, half of the 5 figures. But, man, again, when there's, it's a little extra cash here today, and you score again.
Yeah, I would have liked to win a couple weeks ago, but we weren't quite that good. We did a little bit of massaging to it and just struggled all day. It came to us in the race, but up until then, it was kind of a struggle today. The crew never gave up. We threw a bunch of stuff at it, and luckily something stuck against the wall.
Yeah. Anybody else we want to mention?
This is my entire crew. Dennis, he comes from Canada every week. Scotty, Bill, Peter, obviously. My dad, couldn't do it with all those guys. And then Ryan usually helps us, but he raced today, so I was glad to see him have a good run.
Yeah, and thanks for putting the green tape on his car so I could tell you guys apart.
Oh, yeah, green's bad luck, so luckily it didn't end up in the wall.
All right, how about a big round of applause, Joey Dwyer on top today. Of course, this is the end of our season. And so it's a double victory lane. And Cole Roby, I know today you didn't have the day you wanted, but very rewarding season. Lots of top 5 finishes, couple wins, and man, what a good season.
Yeah, what a great season we had. This crew's been amazing, and so have the cars I've raced all year. We struggled a little bit today. We were loose off a lot today, so we couldn't make much ground up getting under people. But that last restart definitely helped us when we picked off that one spot.
Now, I think you turned 17 during the season?
Yeah, I just turned 17 in September.
And I hear you got some big plans coming up.
We got a few. We plan to run a lot of late model stuff in the next few years. We haven't really decided what we're going to race or where we're going to race, so can't really say much about that.
All right. Granite State Pro Stock Series seem to be right up your alley this year. We hope to see a little bit more of you next year.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys will see me a little bit more here in the Granite State Tour next year.
All right, he's our champion, ladies and gentlemen. How about a big round of applause, Cole Roby? Yeah, we want to let him thank all kinds of people here.
I want to thank Jamie Rulo for setting up this car, Dad, Mom, Ricky Rolfe for all the tires, my grandparents, all my family for coming out, Granite State and all the officials with them, Carrie from Granite State. I told her I'd thank her, so hope she enjoys that. A+ Auto, Roosevelt Self Storage, 11 Earthworks, GT Overhead Doors, and Roby Contracting, and that's it.
Yeah, the car looks remarkably clean for that many sponsors.
Yeah, it was pretty clean. We didn't get all the decals on it this week, so hope to get them on for the 400.
All right. Anyway, congratulations, and we hope to see you soon. Cole Roby, give him a hand. He's the champion of the Granite State Pro Stock Series. All right, let's send it back upstairs.
Well done as always, Marco. And we did just see our big finale for the evening, the $5,000 to win Granite State Pro Stock Series. Going around this place for 125 circuits, where the eventual winner was Joey Dwyer and then their champion, Cole Roby, bringing home their honors. But we still have one more race for you folks that bought a ticket here. If you want to maybe let the traffic die down coming out the front of the entranceway here, we still have our 603 mini cups to come out here for 20 laps or 20 minutes, whichever comes first. Hopefully you've headed on over to their tent area that they have behind the Daytona grandstands in turns 3, where they're selling t-shirts and sweatshirts and all sorts of knickknacks there associated with the 603 mini cups, where this is their suspended division, where basically it's basically a go-kart with a car body on it, for lack of a better term there. But they do have a full-blown suspension in there. There is some springs and other things that they can mess with for adjustments. So while we wrap up Granite State Victory Lane, hang tight for just a little bit, because we still have one more race coming to you. And just like that, they're coming out of the pit area to cap off the Sunday portion of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. Here are your 603 Mini Cup drivers.
Looks like starting on the pole will be the number 54. That is Jacob Raby. Starting on the outside pole, he was a heat race winner earlier on. That is Kendall Whitehill. He'll be starting in the second spot. Looks like the third spot will be the number 29 of Hayden Kingsley. The fourth spot will bring us the number 7 of Jason Romprey. The fifth spot will bring us the number 21 of Liam McAdam. And then it'll be the number 66 of Jordan Cody. Followed by the number 9 of Ben Jedis. The field getting ready to go green to wrap up our 2025 season here at the USA Speedway. 20 laps of distance. You saw the Mini Cups in action earlier on today with their 2 heat races. And as my broadcast partner Charlie Sanborn mentioned, these are pretty much like just big go-karts running on a big track.
Yeah, so for those of you that know how to, basically, if you're starting off in motorsports and you're a youngster, you start off in go-karts, and those are pretty much just you drag your butt about 1/4 of an inch off the ground. You got a small cage around you, a fiberglass body. Well, probably the next step up from that would be these mini cup cars before you go big car racing. And what this is like we've mentioned a handful of times already, these are basically just big go-karts with car bodies on them. And it does take them about a lap or so to get going, but once they do, they are absolutely ripping around New Hampshire Center of Speed here. This will be essentially their Daytona race for them. A huge track, little cars. Drafting is going to come into a play here at some point in time. We do have one dead in the water here in turns 1. Going to get them pit side here. But this is officially the final race of the 2025 season here at Lee USA Speedway. I have been so fortunate to be like I said, 1% of what the show is all about here. Shout out to Ben Basowski, John S. Burnett for having me along one more time. And we still get to cap it off with some more racing here. So shout out to everybody in the stands right now for hanging out here, watching the Mini Cup drivers come out and put on their product for us here. We've had a very long weekend, but we've had a heck of a weekend. Thanks to all you fans here spending your hard-earned dollar and your hard-earned off time to help support the next generation of local superstars, where a lot of that starts right here in these ranks, whether it be go-karts or Mini Cup cars. As, again, we got the 10X there getting pushed back to the pit area, and then we could go green flag racing here yet again. But just a reflection on 2025. Again, we had a lot of hiccups with Mother Nature not being a huge racing fan this year, and we've talked about it not only just here at Lee USA Speedway, but other racetracks all across the Northeast, having trouble getting the 2025 season just kicked off. But once we got into the swing of things, we had some incredible super late model races here for our pro stocks, giving away championship honors through not only the track deal, but also the Advanced Auto Parts weekly series through NASCAR. We are going to crown a Division I champion through that. Those drivers are also going to have an opportunity to head on down to Charlotte for the big NASCAR banquet and get their honors for that as well too. We've introduced the new division of the Crown Vics here as well too. So ever the evolution of auto sports here at Lee USA Speedway, and everybody just being on their toes here. But now we're going to get the Mini Cups cars all crossed up, ready to go. You got the 54 and the 13 ready to lead them to green here down through turns 3 and 4. They're going to hit the restart area. Control car is the 54. And for the final time at Lee USA Speedway in 2025, the green flag is out and we are racing.
We are racing, and it's Raby and Whitehill, your front row starters as I dive into turn number 1. Those were probably the two faster cars earlier in their heat racing, as Raby has the slight advantage as they drag race down the backstretch. They stay side by side. Here comes Whitehill now with the advantage on corner entry. Out of turn number 3 now, out of turn number 4, they stay side by side, and it's going to be Kendall Whitehill leading lap number 1.
Kendall Whitehill from the outside pole to the point, going to take over sole command of the race lead here down off of turn number 2. He's going to have about a 2-length advantage back to the 54 car. The race now is going to be for second as he's going to fall back onto the hood pins of that 29 car. Up off of turn number 4, we got to run for second.
Here comes the 29 machine that is Hayden Kingsley, trying to get to the back bumper. Trouble going into turn number 1. A multi-car wreck. One of the cars being the number 3 of Kyle Dean. Not the usual throwback to Dale Jr. usually see, but
if I'm not mistaken, I think that actually is Dale Earnhardt. It's the 3 Wrangler car, so call me stupid, but I know my history here. But definitely pointing in the wrong direction there in turn 1. You see the roof hatch open there, and you might be seeing that driver coming out of that particular machine. And that's going to be Kyle Dean in the 3 car there. Has the roof hatch closed, so he's going to try and get that thing fired back up here. And we did talk about it. These things are basically big go-karts, so when you're dragging your butt about a 1/4 of an inch off the ground and you get beached in the grass there, you're going to need probably a decent little push to get back onto the racing surface, where you're going to see the golf cart coming around in turns 1 and 2 there. Going to pull a Yui there and hopefully get Kyle Dean back onto the racing surface. But what an incredible year that we've had here. Like I said, we've seen a crowning of champions just a couple of weeks ago. We've seen just absolute domination in some classes. We saw it come all the way down to the wire here in just the closing laps of some divisions. And now we get to cap it off with something we don't get to see every single week with the 603 Mini Cup cars. And now it seems as though we got Kyle Dean back out onto the racetrack here. And going to get them back pit side here. But Jordan, it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you every single week here at New Hampshire Center of Speed. Certainly something cool to add to the resume. I know that you also are the voice of the Modified Racing Series and the Pro Truck Challenges trucks as well too. So you've had a busy schedule, but we appreciate you coming out here on Friday nights and lending a hand here on the broadcast with Race Day TV and everything that's associated with that. But it seems as though we're going to get the 3-car fired back up, and we're getting him crossed up one more time again. Again, Whitehill in the 13 and the 54 of Jacob Raby are seemingly the 2 cars to beat here so far, not only after heat racing competition, but also the opening laps here. 2 laps into this one, 18 remaining, 20-minute time limit, I should say. But once these guys get going, they certainly are going entirely too fast for how small these things are. But definitely a bunch of brave race car drivers out there now going to go side by side down through turns 3 and 4, potentially for the final time in the 2025 season. The 13 rolls the bottom here. They're going to get into the restart area right about now. Green flag is out, and we are racing.
Back underway with the 6 of 3 Mini Cups, the final feature event of the 2025 season. A great jump by Whitehill, but right behind him, a almost 3-wide battle for that second spot, as it's Kingsley and Raby pulling away from the 7 of Rompury now. They dive into turn number 2 and they stay dead even, but Kingsley has the advantage by nose on a turn number 4. Whitehill's going to lead that lap, and it's going to be Kingsley at the line for that second spot.
And Kendall Whitehill now running the outside groove here, which is an interesting strategy when probably the shortest way around the racetrack is the bottom side, and something that you kind of need to keep your momentum up with. But also when you do that, you're kind of pinching the race car off. So you see the 13 utilizing that top side there and just absolutely ripping around in the second groove here, pulling away from second place 29 of Hayden Kingsley now, who's going to fall back into the 54 car of Jacob Raby now. The battle's for second as the 13 has just checked out here. 14 laps to go.
Kendall Whitehill in a world of his own right now. He won his heat race earlier on today and dominated that as well. He's been the fastest car all day. Kingsley and Raby, though, continue to have a little bit of a battle going on for second. 1 car separates the 2 between Kingsley, the 29, and Raby in the 54. They're going to come out of turn number 4 as Whitehill continues to just rip the top here at the New Hampshire Center of Speed with Kingsley and Raby second and third. They go into turn number 1 now. It looks like Raby was going to get a little bit of a run on Kingsley out of turn 1, was not able to get enough momentum to carry him to that 29. They're going to go into turn number 3, both ripping the bottom right now, as we are halfway down, halfway to go. 10 laps in, 10 laps to go.
Yeah, Kendall Whitehill selling T-shirts there on the top side. The 13 car absolutely dominating this one so far. Just under halfway here. Going to come up onto lap traffic into turn 3. You see the lap traffic there graciously getting out of the way of our race leader, Kendall Whitehill, now continuing to dominate up off of turn number 4. 7 laps remaining here for the gold, red, white, and blue number 13 machine. Absolutely beautiful ride up front here. High side hustling around New Hampshire Center of Speed. And we got contact in turn 4. We got the 5 car getting spun around in the green and black machine. I believe that's the number 1 of Kyle Rompury. Having the whole nose get popped up there and blocking the vision totally there. And a neat little trick, you get to flop the head.
If I had a nickel for each time a mini cup hood popped up and blocked the driver's windshield, I would have 2 today, which is weird.
You'd have a dime today alone, which is wild.
It's weird that happened twice today, though.
Yeah.
It happened in the heat race earlier. I forget what car it was. I think it was the 36 that happened to earlier on. I could be mistaken. That feels like a while ago, but
yeah, that seems like it was about a month ago already. I think we've been here for 25 hours already today. I'm not sure, but that is what happens when you have festival-style racing here, and we have had race cars all over the property here for 3 straight days. Shout out to the entire Lee USA Speedway grounds crew and everybody in security, all the unsung heroes over in the basically the pay window here, and everybody selling food. They get to come to the racetrack and not watch a single lap of racing, and that's really how these places operate. So if you go and get yourself a cheeseburger or a hot dog or something like that, just tell those guys thank you, because that certainly isn't the best job to have at a racetrack, and you absolutely have to have them at the same time. So shout out to all the unsung heroes here at Lee USA Speedway, and we appreciate you folks, because we wouldn't be able to do what we love and and get to see here on racedatetv.com if it weren't for those folks taking care of all the background stuff for us. So we're going to get everything squared away on the racetrack here. Make sure that Kendall Whitehill is ready to rip from the inside of row number 1, as it looks like they are going to potentially throw the black flag to somebody. It's going to be the 3 car, not to be confused with Dale Earnhardt, but that will be Kyle Dean getting the black flag there and having to go pit side. Why that is, I don't know. They don't tell us anything. We just literally work here.
The one car is the one that got the black flag.
Sounds about right.
The one car, which is Kaylee Rompre, was the one that got the black flag.
That would make sense. That's the one that had the hood pop up on it. So,
yes.
Math does say that that's probably not safe.
I don't know. We just work here.
Yeah, literally. We just work here. Yeah. But yeah, so we're going to get the one machine back pit side. We're going to cross them up this time by Kendall Whitehill, still your race leader with the 29 of Hayden Kingsley going to assume the outside pole position here. We still have 12 laps to go, 8 laps complete so far in their 20-lap main event to close out our Lee USA season here for 2025. And for potentially, again, for the final time, we're going to go green flag racing here. In about 3/8 of a mile, they got to come all the way back around as they are at a snail's pace, side by side, down the backstretch here. But what a cool class to be able to get started in the auto racing world. Not huge money to be able to go out there and be on the big stage in front of all the fans and everyone on racedatetv.com. And again, shout out to everyone who's not only here on the premises, but bought the pay-per-view as well, too. An incredible product over there as they now are going to roll down through turns 3 and 4. Again, Whitehill and Kingsley, your front row, as they're going to hit the restart area here. And lights are back on because we're going to fire a safety vehicle out in front of the racers before they were ready. Now we have a clear racetrack. Lights are back off. $11 cars remaining in this one here. And you can see him getting antsy there, middle of the pack. 54, 28, 21 already knows the tail. And for those of you that are trying to figure out how you stuff a human body inside of one of those, your feet are basically the front bumper. So you don't want to hit anybody too hard here as they're now going to roll down through turns 3 and 4. They hit the restart area, and Kendall Whitehill leads him to green down into turns 1.
We are 3 wide in the battle for the 3rd spot already. A little bit of contact going into turn 1. One car into the grass. Everyone able to keep it straight. No harm, no foul there. Everyone able to keep it going. But it's Kendall Whitehill again with another great jump from pole to point once again. And it looks like it's going to be Hayden Kingsley's going to be in the 2nd spot as Whitehill's going to lead that lap.
Absolutely. And Kendall Whitehill, pretty much the only one ripping the top lane here, keeping the momentum going in that 13 machine, as now there's about 15 lengths between them and second place driver, the number 29 of Hayden Kingsley. These two drivers have dominated the 603 Mini Cups here so far at Russ Conway's Oktoberfest. And now we are halfway down, halfway to go. 10 laps remaining in the Lee USA Speedway season for 2025. We have had an incredible 3-day show here for Oktoberfest. And now the Mini Cups are come back around here as we got one coming out of the pits here right in front of the race leader. The one car almost clips him. Just narrowly avoiding it is Hayden Kingsley in the 13 machine, or excuse me, Kendall Whitehill in the 13 machine. And narrowly escapes utter devastation from the race lead and now has clear racetrack up ahead.
Yeah, Kendall Whitehill might want to check his pants after that one. That was a little too close to call with the...
I might need to check my pants, let alone theirs.
With the car of Kaylee Rompre coming out, or Rompre rather, coming out of the pits right in front of the leaders, but everyone's able to keep it going as Kendall Whitehill has just been on a Sunday evening drive here in the 603 Mini Cups, our final feature event here at the Lee USA Speedway in 2025. Hayden Kingsley holding steady in that 2nd spot.
And we got a full moon here just up off of turn number 2. Hopefully that doesn't play a factor here in the last 7 laps of the season. The 54 now going to jostle the 29 out of the way. Jacob Raby now going to take the bottom side away from Hayden Kingsley in the 29 car. They're now back nose to tail up off of turn number 2. That is the battle for second on your Race Day TV screen right there, as Kendall Whitehill up front has absolutely checked out here so far. Almost half a straightaway ahead of the rest of the field here. The 13 machine still dominating this one with 5 laps to go.
Kendall Whitehill has led them all so far. Jacob Raby, who started out on the outside pole position, has regained that second spot from Hayden Kingsley. We're going to see if over these last, it's going to be 4 laps to go at the line, if Kingsley will be able to gain on Jacob Raby to try to get that second spot back. But while all this is going on, the 7 of Jason Rompre has been slowly closing the gap ever so slightly, lap by lap, between him and now the 29 of Kingsley. As you can see, Kendall Whitehill coming out of turn number 4. We're going to see the 3 laps to go this time by for Kendall Whitehill, as Whitehill has just been on a Sunday afternoon drive in a whole other world pretty much all day long here today, as we have a spinner in turn number 2.
And we got one turnaround on the, just out of turn number 2 there. We almost had 3 massive hits up off of turn number 2, and we avoided it as the 3 car there somehow gets collected in that about 5 business days after the wreck actually happened. So it seems as though we're going to get everybody turned back around. And it's going to come down to a 3-lap shootout to close out the season here. And what a day we've had. We've had like 11 divisions, I think, come out onto the racetrack today, 13 maybe. We qualified some yesterday that raced today. Some qualified and raced today. It's been a typical Oktoberfest here at Lee USA Speedway, and wouldn't have it any other way. As now the entire year comes down to a 3-lap shootout for the 603 Mini Cup cars. As we're bringing it the 66 of Jordan Cody pointed back in the right direction with the golf cart there.
Three laps to go in our final feature event of our 2025 season here at the New Hampshire the New Hampshire Center of Speed.
Nailed it.
USA Speedway. I don't know why I had that in my head, but I did.
Copyright.
Yeah, definitely. But 3 laps to go in our final feature event here as part of Russ Conway's Oktoberfest weekend. Once again, I'll say it now, just in case I don't have time to now. I want to thank you, Charlie, for giving me the opportunity to be your pretty much your broadcast partner for the 2025 season here.
Absolutely. It's been a pleasure having you, and it's always good to be able to pass the baton to the next generation of people who want to take over the world of auto racing, and that's kind of the whole point of it, because if we want this to exist in the future, you have to have people to replace you. It's no different than when you're at work and you want to move up in the company. You got to have somebody to take your job, and that's exactly what we need to do in the world of automobile racing as well, too. We need to fill the stands, we need to fill the seats, and we need to have plenty of race cars here, and that's exactly what we've accomplished here at Lee USA Speedway, not only throughout the 2025 season, but here at Oktoberfest. We have had race cars literally covering every square inch of the racetrack, all the way out into the overflow area behind the backstretch there. You see cop cars between the backstretch wall and the highway there. We've had the traditional pits emptied and filled 3 times in a row, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And everybody just coming out here, spending $1 for a burger, or you're spending a couple $100 for a tire. It all goes towards a good cause, and having our playground still here to let us play, if you will. And Lee USA Speedway has always been a top-notch facility, and under the ownership group of Ben Basowski and team, it only continues to get better. And it's one of the few places that I have been a part of where every time I come here, I think I see some sort of improvement, or I see something new added to the place, or some new technology put in place somewhere, and it only is going to get better, hopefully, in the future. As again, we're going to have a 3-lap shootout here to cap off Oktoberfest with the 603 Mini Cup cars.
Yeah, 3 laps for our final feature event here in 2025. Kendall Whitehill has led them all so far. Hayden Kingsley, though, going to be restarting on the outside pole position, on the outside of row number 1 in that second spot. Looks like we're going to get the one to go to the green. We're going to have a single file restart in these final 3 laps. A single file restart for the 603 Mini Cups. Kendall Whitehill, Jacob Raby, and Hayden Kingsley, your top three. Jason Romprey will be in the 4th spot. Going to enter the restart zone. Chief starter Dave Tibbetts going to give him the green flag, and we are back racing here on Oktoberfest. A great jump by Kendall Whitehill as Hayden Kingsley and Jacob Raby are quickly going to be battling for that 2nd spot out of turn number 1. A little bit of contact again going into turn number 1. Everyone able to keep it going. As the field dives into turn number 2, a tight battle between Kingsley and Raby. 2 popsicle sticks in the air, which means 2 more trips around the Lee USA Speedway. And 2 more laps left in our season. As it's been all Kendall Whitehill here in the 603 Mini Cups. Kingsley and Raby have kept pretty much the same difference between the two since the restart. Whitehill going to see the white flag this time. 1 more trip around for the 2025 season. It's all been all Kendall Whitehill. He has led green to the white flag at this point. It's been the fastest Mini Cup all day long. And he's going down the backstretch right now.
And now for the final time, down through turns 3 and 4. In 2025, it can go on the record books that the last winner at Lee USA Speedway is Kendall Whitehill in the 13, followed by the 54 of Jacob Raby, and the 29 of Hayden Kingsley is going to round out the rest of your top 3. And we're going to have just one more Victory Lane celebration coming to you with the 13 of Kendall Whitehill, as we get ready to send it trackside to Jared Magoon.
The 13 car parked down here in Victory Lane, climbing out of the car. Your race winner, the number 13, Kendall Whitehill. Woo!
Claremont is not racing next weekend. Way to go, Lucky.
Taking the helmet off and the head restraint. Checkered flag in hand. Hello, Kendall. Congratulations on getting down here in Victory Lane. Led that whole thing pretty much, nose to tail. Clearing the throat a little bit, getting ready to interview here. How do you feel getting the victory here tonight?
Well, all I gotta say is one thing. I talked to one driver used to race here years ago. I didn't do very good here, and he told me to grow some cooners and drive this thing. And that's what I did.
You certainly did drive that thing. Congratulations again on coming down here into Victory Lane. Who do you have to thank for getting you down here?
I gotta thank my dad. We worked a few hours, and done a few things. Josh Kurz. I want to sponsor my sponsors: R&W Glidden, Longfellow's Greenhouse, Golfland Retirement Planning, Realtree, Smile Constant, and Davis Vinyl for the stickers.
Once again, race fans, let him hear your race winner, Kendall Whitehill.